Mrs. Makojola, please can you unmute yourself? Please unmute yourself, Mrs. Makojola.
So sorry, I'll start all over again. His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Chairman, National Council on Nutrition, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. Her Excellency, Dr. Aisha Buhari, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by Her Excellency, Mrs. Odudolapo Osinbajo, the wife of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. His Excellency Alhaji Mohammed Inua Yahya, the Executive Governor of Gombe State. Distinguished Senator Ibrahim Oluriegbe, Chairman, Senate Committee on Health. Dr. Zainab Shamsuna Ahmed, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, ably represented by Haji Arabi Bello Isa, Special Advisor, Social Development. Dr. Osagie Ihanire, the Honorable Minister of Health. Prince Clem Agba, the Honorable Minister of State for Budget and National Planning. Dr. Faisal Shuaib, the Executive Director, National Primary Healthcare Development Agency. Dr. Hajasani, CDO Special Assistant to the President on Women Affairs and Administration, Office of the First Lady. Dr. Adeyinka Onobolu, Senior Advisor on Food and Nutrition to the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development. Our able speakers, Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the SAM Advocacy Consortium, UNICEF, World Bank, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Dangote Foundation, the Sun Business Network, development partners, civil societies, representatives of the private sector, media speakers, panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Today, for me, it's another milestone. When we look at our nation, like other nations on earth, is embroiled in the turmoil of pandemic of the COVID-19 disease, which is reshaping our norm and our world. All nations are rethinking, reorganizing, re-strategizing for survival of the future, which mostly rests on children as our posterity. Our innocent children might unwillingly, unwittingly, be victims of our actions or inaction if we do not plan their sustenance for posterity. This onerous duty naturally falls on the mothers as gatekeepers of procreation, nurturers of future generations, and indeed, again, our posterity. Amidst the unprecedented federal government's multi-sector response to the global health emergency of the pandemic, the mother of the nation, realizing the magnitude of what the nation faces, calls on all of us to action, recognizing the highly vulnerable place of our children within our already vulnerable populations. In the response efforts, she, as a true mother and custodian of posterity, calls on all of us to, and I quote, harness innovative financing options for nutrition and to unravel all the bottlenecks of nutrition, end of quote. It is very timely, therefore, apt especially since nutrition has been given a sweeping brush over by our budgetary processes. Nutrition's necessity and salience to national development and survival is both fundamental and strategic. At the instance of the mother of the nation, Her Excellency, Dr. Mrs. Aisha Buhari, I bid us all work up innovative strategies and solutions for financing nutrition, especially of our children, to realize their full potentials. All of our children must innovatively survive. Welcome. I welcome all of us to this epoch-making event where we're going to speak truth to ourselves concerning our children. And without wasting any more of our time, Your Excellencies, all very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I please invite the Senior Special Assistant to the President of Women Affairs and Administration Office of the First Lady, Dr. Hajasani, to welcome us and also give us purpose and objectives of the conference.
Her Excellency Dr. Mrs. Aisha Muhammad Buhari, the First Lady of Nigeria, who is ably being represented here by her sister, Her Excellency Mrs. Oludolapo Osinbajo, the wife of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Alhaji Mohammed Inwayahaya, the Executive Governor of Gombe State, distinguished Senator Ibrahim Olurebe, Chairman, Senate Committee on Health, Dr. Zainab Shamsuna Ahmed, Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, who is going to be represented by Hajia Rabi Bello Isa, Special Advisor, Social Development, Dr. Osagi Ehanere, the Honorable Minister of Health, Prince Clement Ikanade Abba, Honorable Minister of State for Budget, Honorable Minister of State for Budget and National Planning, Dr. Faisal Shaibu, the Executive Director, National Primary Health Care Development Agency, Dr. Adeyinka Onabolo, the Senior Advisor on Food Security and Nutrition to the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Sophia Askari, Director, Child Health and Development, Children's Investment Food Foundation, Mrs. Beatrice Eluaka, Executive Secretary, Civil Society Scaling in Nutrition in Nigeria. Representatives of SAM Advocacy Consortium, UNICEF, World Bank, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Dangote Foundation, the Sun Business Network, development partners, civil societies, representatives here of the private sector, media, speakers, panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot forget my friend, Moji, who is actually moderating this event. I welcome you to this very important event on behalf of Her Excellency, Dr. Mrs. Aisha Muhammad Buhari, the First Lady of Nigeria. I now read my opening remarks. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you to this virtual conference on nutrition. The current times have necessitated series of virtual meetings, and so although we have less physical contact, I know we are not necessarily less busy. I thank you for making our time to be part of this event. All over the world, new response committees have been formed to address COVID-19, but in many instances, existing structures championing nutrition and food security are being sidelined. Yet it is more critical now than it was before for multisectoral nutrition actors to take and support key actions to protect the nutritionally vulnerable groups, given the importance of nutrition to health and national development. Malnutrition has been a public health problem in Nigeria and a global concern. The situation is more worrisome in children below the age of 5 years and pregnant women. Every stakeholder present here or being represented here has at one time or the other had to be in meeting where nutrition issues are discussed. Government and partners have explored several interventions to address the malnutrition situation over the years. We have recorded more progress as a nation, but a lot remains to be done. Some effective interventions were identified, but not sustained or accelerated as required due to inadequate funding, giving room for relapse, thereby losing the gains previously achieved. In some cases, even the limited resources available are not effectively deployed to address priority issues for high impact in nutrition. As it stands today, nutrition in Nigeria is largely funded by international donors with some support from government, and this has for the past decade. We understand that policymakers, researchers alike are faced with a peculiar challenge of uncertainty, and those working on nutrition find it difficult to gain public attention amidst the fog of the current pandemic. We also understand that the national revenue has been affected and food supply chain has also been interrupted. It is therefore critical to strengthen and broaden multi-sectoral nutrition coalition to ensure that actors in different sectors work as effectively as possible to prevent a full-blown national crisis. Every one of us here was invited because of the valuable input we can make to this cause. Aisha Buhari Foundation is a non-governmental and not-for-profit organization that seeks to optimize the well-being of women, youth, and children through intervention in economic empowerment, education, health. Our activities are aligned with government priorities. Our key strategy is advocacy at all levels. In line with our vision and mission, we champion the rights and well-being of children. Central to the well-being of children is their right to adequate nutrition. The foundation is a member of Supporter Consortium, advocating for increased commitment and funding for the prevention and treatment of all forms of children malnutrition, including severe acute malnutrition in Nigeria. The Children Investment Foundation supported consortium is made up of Aisha Buhari Foundation, 3 other partners, which are the International Society of Health in Public Health, Network for Health Equity Development, Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center. As we all know, addressing malnutrition is complex and requires concerted efforts by all stakeholders. The lack of financing mechanism is a concern that is why this meeting has been convened, so that we can deliberate on strategies of optimizing and sustaining funding for nutrition. This event is targeted at advocating for increased investments in nutrition, harnessing non-traditional means of funding, leveraging on resources from the private sector. We will also explore bottlenecks that prevent us from maximizing the benefit of funding available and agree on how we can mitigate these challenges. We will discuss how improved coordination, accountability, early releases of budgetary allocation can improve delivery of nutrition interventions. A reliable funding plan will provide a viable financing framework capable of delivering the resources needed to implement appropriate nutrition intervention at national, state, and local government levels. This conference, therefore, our ultimate goal is to renew commitment from all stakeholders working in nutrition to work together, improving domestic financing for nutrition through innovative financing options, strong and more stronger private sector engagement, and strengthen coordination, planning, and accountability. The following key objective of this conference: one, emphasize the role optimal nutrition plays in national development and highlight the huge deficit in funding requirements for nutrition and need for urgent action. To explore alternative innovative resources for financing nutrition, including strategies for increasing private sector investment in nutrition. Three, to unravel the constraints in budget implementation, coordination, planning, and accountability as a strategy for improving financing for nutrition. Expectedly, this conference, at the end of it, there will be a renewed commitment by all stakeholders to explore innovative financing opportunities, commitment to strong leadership, strengthen coordination and ownership, sustain prioritization of nutrition investments, and ultimately, attainment of national nutrition targets and national prosperity. In conclusion, I'm certain that this event will not be another activity, but a transforming landmark in country's nutrition space. The agenda shows the engaging line of all discussion, presentations by highly resourceful individuals. I urge us all to please stay through sections and make our valuable contribution. We have not put this conference up to provide answers. We have only created a platform where we can together arrive and take responsibility for workable solution to nutrition challenges we are expecting. I also want to assure you that we are conscious of your valuable time and promise that will be worth your while. I once again welcome you to this meeting, and where I wish all of us a very productive conference, and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, my sister, Dr. Hajusani. She has actually given us the seriousness associated with this conference. It is not a talk shop. It is one that we are going as a people, as a country, to innovate and start thinking seriously of how best to finance nutrition, which is an essential for us to grow the kind of leadership that we pray will continue even after us. So we are still on this special conference. But before we start taking more speakers haven't been welcomed, I'd just like us, to take us through quickly some of the grand rules which we would adhere to strictly here. And right any moment from now, it will come on your screen. Please, when conference is in progress, you should see the presenter or their slides. When conference is in progress, and this is very, very important, use the chat option for general conversations and engagement, like introducing yourself and your organization. And I've seen that happening and very happy about it. I can say that for now we have about 84 participants. It's very exciting here. When the conference is in progress, please use the question and answer option to ask questions. Mention panelist's name if question is specific to them. When we are on, as we hope to be progressively today, if your question has been asked or you see an interesting question you want answered, like it to upvote it so moderators can easily pick it out. Well, that's it. And I know that with the seriousness with which we have all addressed ourselves to this conference, I hope that you would adhere strictly. Please, when you are not speaking, you would remain muted, unless, of course, you are speaking. So let's get to business. Your Excellencies, all very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, would now take some goodwill messages. And who best to start with is the mother, who will have to take that severely acute malnourished child to the hospital or to find some measure of succor. So I'll start with our lady. I can see she was one of the first participants who arrived, Executive Secretary, Civil Society Scaling in Nutrition in Nigeria, CS-SON, and she, Mrs. Beatrice Uluaka, we're taking the first goodwill message from you. A very good morning and good to see you.
Thank you very much, Muji. I'm glad to be here. Please permit me, because of time, to stand on already existing protocol. I would like to express my appreciation to our host, Her Excellency, Dr. Mrs. Aisha Buhari, wife of the President and founder of the Aisha Buhari Foundation, for this kind invitation to participate in the timely virtual conference on nutrition with the theme Harnessing Innovative Financing Options for Nutrition, Unraveling the Bottlenecks. It is no longer news that Nigeria has the second highest burden of stunted children in the world, with an estimated 2 million children suffering from severe acute malnutrition, SAM. Only 2 out of every 10 children currently affected are reached with treatment. More worrisome is also the fact that the COVID-19 pandemic has led to a rise in the cases of severe acute malnutrition as reported across states in Nigeria. Investments in nutrition are not yet comparable to the scale of malnutrition problem, and the unmet need for essential nutrition services are very high. Thus, the pursuit for innovative financing options has become an urgent priority for Nigeria. This conference is indeed very apt. Innovative financing, as we know, means a new or novel way to generate predictable, additional, and sustainable finance, and the raising of funds from unconventional sources or mechanisms to make existing funds go forward. Financing nutrition in Nigeria has been bedeviled with so many challenges, from lack of specific budget lines for nutrition, to lack of nutrition strategic plans of action, to non-availability of adequate domestic funding due to economic downturn. This makes seeking for innovative financing and preference ways of dealing with the many challenges germane. CS-SON lauds today's virtual conference on nutrition and calls on governments at all levels, donors, small and medium-scale enterprises, philanthropists, private enterprises, and even consumers to rise up and act in what I call nutrition solidarity, to mobilize the resources needed to accelerate progress against malnutrition in Nigeria. Specifically, we use this opportunity to call on the government to quickly approve the National Multi-Sectoral Plan of Action for Nutrition, which is a veritable tool for mobilizing resources for nutrition from varied sources as soon as it gets to the National Executive Council. 2, we call on government to please return the 800 million RUTF allocation removed from the 2020 budget of the Federation, as Nigeria runs the risk of increased burden of malnutrition if government allows the emergency situation of COVID-19 to stop them from funding and implementing nutrition programs and interventions in the country. This is what fella in those days called double wahala for their body. You're trying to solve one problem and we are making another problem worse. Thirdly, we request government to create an enabling environment for the local production of RUTF. This will save the country forex and will make also the product to be readily available and accessible to all. Fourthly, government needs to ensure adequate domestic funding and timely release of same for nutrition programs and interventions. This is to ensure continuity in fight against malnutrition and to mitigate the burden of malnutrition in the country. We have over the years depended on donor funding, which have specific lifespans. And what happens is that when this funding life ends, our programs stop. And that is not good for our country. There is also the need for the National Council on Nutrition through its secretariat at the Ministry of Finance, Budget and Planning to ensure effective coordination of all sectoral nutrition activities. CSON associates itself fully with the efforts of the Nigerian government and is committed to contributing its quota to achieving improved innovative financing for nutrition. We look forward to closely following the proposed resolutions and commitments which will emerge from this conference. I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, can you unmute yourself, Mrs. Moji? Can you unmute yourself? Moji, can you unmute yourself? We cannot hear you. Unmute yourself, please.
I'm sorry, the technology is playing on us, but we'll get it right because we have a very serious issue at hand. Now, still on goodwill messages, I'd like now to invite Uduaka Igbeka, and he's from the Scaling Up Nutrition Business Network, SBN, Africa Regional Manager. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to stand on existing protocols in the interest of time. It is gratifying to see that nutrition stakeholders across government, development partners, and the private sector have worked together to host this very important conference today. The conference could not have come at a better time. It is happening at a time when the importance of investing towards self-sufficiency and the need for innovative channels of nutrition investment is on the top burner for all countries, especially low and middle income countries like Nigeria. The nutrition indicators for Nigeria are not flattering, especially against the backdrop of the enormous natural and human resources that abound in our country. Reducing stunting in children under the age of 5 has been a challenge, and the scourge of malnutrition appears to have taken root in Nigeria. It is obvious that we have to do things differently if we want to see better results, and we must do those things now. We must consider more seriously the most sustainable and cost-effective approaches for addressing malnutrition and make deliberate efforts to fund these interventions if we want to stop the cycle of poverty, hunger, hidden hunger, and malnutrition in our country. The 2020 Global Nutrition Report indicates that for nutrition-specific interventions, only 2% of public financing was made available in 2017. Only 2% of what was required. We need to act differently to see different results. As we know, investing in nutrition-specific interventions alone is not enough. Nutrition-sensitive channels are wider spread with potential for much higher impact. Investing in our SMEs is a nutrition-sensitive action. It ensures that we build resilient food systems, improve livelihoods of value chain actors, from smallholder farmers to retailers up to our consumers. The World Bank stipulates that for every dollar investment in nutrition, there is a $16 return on investment. SMEs working in our nutritious foods value chains present a purpose-driven investment opportunity. SMEs, along with smallholder farmers, make up the bulk of actors in the food system in developing and emerging markets like Nigeria. They play a key role as input suppliers, off-takers, processors, and distributors, which furthermore creates jobs and enhances economic growth. However, a survey completed by Dalberg in 2017 found that for over 300 African SMEs, access to finance came up as a top barrier to growth and delivery of nutritious foods. The Scaling Up Nutrition Business Network is globally convened by the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition and the UN World Food Programme. This platform is about 4 years old in Nigeria and is a platform set up to galvanize private sector action to address the multiple burdens of malnutrition in some countries. Globally, the network is made up of over 700 companies, which include multinationals and small and medium-scale enterprises across over 20 countries. The Sun Business Network in Nigeria is made up of over 150 businesses, 80% of which are SMEs, who have made commitments to contribute to improved nutrition through their customer base or through their workforce. Through our engagements with our members, we have assessed their capacity to scale up the availability of nutritious foods that are affordable, appealing, and aspirational. Consistently, the main challenges remain the same: technical assistance, which includes human capacity issues, implementation of policies that ensure that an enabling environment for investment in nutrition is sustained, and most significantly, access to finance. In an attempt to bridge these gaps, we have established our flagship program, which is called the Sun Business Network Nutrition Pitch Competition. This competition avails us the opportunity to surface innovative ideas from the private sector that could improve access to nutritious foods if provided with the right technical support and catalytic funding to scale up their business modules. A good example is Kenny O Cold Chain Logistics, a company who have grown from transporting about 10,000 tons of fresh fruits and vegetables in 2018 before the pitch competition to now transporting over 25,000 tons of fruits and vegetables. The company is in the process of negotiating additional funding to the tune of $250,000 to further scale up this nutrition. This investor is not a local investor. Unlocking domestic investment interest in nutrition is an area that still requires very strong advocacy. Unlocking more private sector investments will require new and bold approaches. Blended finance offers the potential for the public sector to attract more private sector investments into the food sector by de-risking investment in food companies in low and medium income countries. To that end, the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition has established what we call the Nutritious Food Financing Facility, a first of its kind focused on Africa. This facility will support SMEs in nutritious food value chains by providing technical assistance and investment to help improve financial performance, sustainability, and the nutritional content of their products. The facility will pioneer a robust set of metrics on nutrition and food and aims to demonstrate how investment in SMEs can increase the supply and availability of safe, nutritious foods, and in the process, encourage the investment in that space. This facility will be funded through a combination of public and private sector funding, and anticipates the initial funding will attract an additional targeted $50 million for blended sources of capital, including private sector, to address financial needs of SMEs supplying nutritious foods. We hope that our deliberations at this conference will emphasize the need for increased local investment in SMEs, providing access to safe, nutritious foods in Nigeria. We call on the investment community, both public and private sector led, to work with us to bridge the financing gaps that threatens our food systems, especially in this time of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has reinforced the need for countries to be self-sufficient.
I'll have to stop you here. Thank you very much. Udoak Igbega from the SBN, African Regional Manager, thank you. Particularly emphasizing on the need that we need to have homegrown capacity that will help us mitigate severe acute malnutrition or malnutrition as it is. We're moving on with the goodwill message, and at this point, I'd like to invite Dr. Shehu Sule. Dr. Shehu Sule is a public health expert and health systems consultant with over 4 decades of experience. He was permanent secretary of the Ministry of Health in the former Borno State and was the first commissioner of health in Yobe State. He is the chairman of the Network for Health Equity and Development. It's called NHED. NHED is the technical lead for the Severe Acute Malnutrition Advocacy Consortium organizing this event. Sir, you're welcome to the microphone.
Thank you very much, Moji. May I also start with adhering to existing protocol. Am I being heard?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Please
yeah, some advocacy project kicked off or started in 2018 with support from Children Investment Foundation of the UK, supporting coalition of 4 non-state actors, that is NGO, comprises of Aisha Buhari Foundation, civil society, legislative advocacy, CISPAC, Network for Health, Equity and Development, NHED, and International Society of Media and Public Health, IST, for which Mojima Kwajeda is the chairperson. We advocate for greater domestic resources, mainstreaming some prevention and treatment in Nigeria health sector, and our strategy includes engagement and technical assistance to key government stakeholders, civil society mobilization, media advocacies, and raising public awareness. The project initially started with 9 states, but currently working in 5 states: Kano, Katsina, Jigawa, Gombe, and Bauchi. Specifically, Aisha Buhari Foundation conducts high-level advocacy at the federal and state level to increase political commitments to sound prevention and management within the Basic Health Protection Fund and primary health care under one roof. Now, the Civil Society Advocacy Center, CISLAC, mobilizes the CSO and women group to pressure government decision makers to include some prevention and treatment under PhD under one roof and engage influencers such as traditional leaders and whole government legislators and state legislators at the federal level accountable for budgeting, fundraisers, and utilization. The Network for Health Equity and Development provides technical and political support to ensure some prevention and management that is incorporated and geared towards strengthening primary health care system. The International Society for Media and Public Health mobilizes media and public in support of investment in some prevention and treatment and applies pressure on government of Nigeria to be accountable for its commitments to health needs of the citizen. Therefore, our strategy includes engagement of technical assistance to key government stakeholders, civil society mobilization, advocacy, and raising public awareness. So the project has a budgetary provision and timely release of approved budget at the federal and state focal basis. We have supported Federal Ministry of Health to integrate some prevention and treatment into nutrition and overall budget in the country as in an integrated form. We've raised media awareness on the plight of these children to stimulate government action. We've mobilized communities and influential people for voice and accountability on some prevention and childhood nutrition. We've organized a lot of dialogue with food and manufacturing companies on local production, on RUTF, among others. We have also had engagement with the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 to include nutrition products and supplements under 5 as part of the palliative support. And they have given us assurance that this will be done. Under policies, we have also worked with the National Primary Health Development Agency to include severe acute malnutrition and nutrition issues on the minimum service package. We have strengthened coordination of nutrition through service and nutrition committees in the state. And we are playing a very big role in this event to raise awareness and explore measures for funding for nutrition. What are we asking for? The 800 million that was removed this year from the 2020 budget, zero budget, should be reinstated. And we are hoping that PF will also support us through the palliative budget. We are asking state government to also release the funds they have committed for nutrition for 2020 timely so that it can be used for the underprivileged people. We are asking government funding for nutrition with clear accountability framework should be put in place, and we are going to support this. And finally, we want to ask the private sector participation we want to ask the government to support the private sector participation, especially to provide enabling environments for the production of RUTF. We pray that this event will be very successful, the betterment of the underprivileged people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sule. And I think what he has demonstrated is partnership that works. And beyond that, we are pleading that the zero budget should also be capitalized so that we can move from the very poor statistics that we get. Like this on my desk is saying Nigeria has the second highest burden of stunted children in the world, with a national prevalence rate of 32% of children under 5. Not very pleasant. And at any rate, we'll go on to another, and in fact, a very powerful goodwill message from Children's Investment Fund Foundation, which has been supporting the consortium and the partnership that Dr. Sule spoke about. Children's Investment Fund Foundation is the world's largest philanthropy that focuses specifically on improving children's lives in developing countries, Nigeria inclusive. And bringing us goodwill message from SAFE is Dr. Sufia Askari. Dr. Askari, are you there?
Thank you, Mrs. Moji. I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Brilliant. May I also start with adhering to the existing protocols? Dear esteemed guests, honorable ministers, and nutrition champions, thank you for inviting me to this important event. The Children's Investment Fund Foundation is proud to partner with Aisha Buhari Foundation, the Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center, the International Society of Media and Public Health, and the Network for Health Equity and Development. COVID-19 has posed an unprecedented challenge to this world. And while children are not the face of this pandemic, they risk becoming the largest victims of it. The UN has estimated that due to the health service disruption, more than 6.7 million children more can become severely acute malnourished. Acute hunger is also on the rise. More than ever today is the time to invest in nutrition and to protect the next generation from becoming the victims of this pandemic. Unprecedented times require unprecedented actions, and that is what I can see today. This conference and the participation of such senior leadership is testimony to the fact that Nigeria is ready for action. We at CIF firmly believe that a good strategy based on science and human values led by country champions is what drives change. Partners like us feel privileged to follow these leaders. We appreciate your efforts to coordinate this important conference today, and I look forward to the decisions and the discussions. I have no doubt that new opportunities to tackle the bottlenecks for ending malnutrition and improving the lives of Nigerian children will emerge today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good message there from Dr. Sufia Askari of CIF. And that kind of wrap up the goal messages for this conference for now. We'll move on now to framing, of course, the problem statements. Let's know what are the problems, what are the challenges. Some we know, some we are not very familiar with. Just like to say to our speakers at this session that we would adhere strictly to time. So please, while we're standing up for the voiceless Nigerian children, let's make it, let's be concise as possible, speak to the points, and there we would all be able to work together faster than we are doing. Our first speaker on this session, session one, is Mercy Shosonya. She's a nutritionist and a principal lecturer with 15 years of experience in teaching and research, and is the immediate past head of the Nutrition and Dietetics Department, Federal Polytechnic, Bauchi. She's currently undergoing her doctorate studies at the University of Texas at Houston in America. Mercy has served in several state, regional, and national nutrition policy committees using indigenous foods and resources. She has formulated ready-to-use therapeutic foods and other products. Mercy is a recipient of the PEO Foundation International Peace Scholarship. She's also the Future Fellowship of the Faculty, University of Texas at Houston, Graduate Dean's Fellowship, Tech Women Fellowship from the United States Department of State, and American Association of University Women International Fellowship. Well, she would share with us her experience, and since we are looking inward, she'll be able to bring forth the thoughts along the lines of this conference. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Moji Makonjola. Yeah, please can I share my screen? Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I'll be speaking on the Nigerian nutrition situation. First of all, why is optimal nutrition important? It is important because it is a basic human right. Government is the primary duty bearer to ensure that Nigerians fulfill their rights to nutritious food as enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Optimal nutrition also is the foundation for good health, proper growth, cognitive development, and immunity from infections, including COVID-19. Undernutrition in the first 1,000 days of life can result in permanent damage to health and increased risk of chronic diseases such as obesity, type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, and cancers in adulthood. Thirdly, optimal nutrition makes economic sense. Stunted children have been shown to go on to earn 20% less income in adulthood than their non-stunted peers. These productivity losses can reduce Nigeria's gross domestic product by 2 to 3%, and that can amount up to $7.9 billion per year. If we can save up to $7.9 billion per year, with an investment of $10 million as stipulated in our National Strategic Plan of Action for Nutrition, then that is a high return on investment. Fourthly, optimal nutrition prevents intergenerational poverty, so it secures future generations. Also, emerging epigenetic evidence shows that before birth, diets of parents and grandparents can reprogram a person's genes negatively. For instance, folic acid deficiencies in pregnancy can alter DNA methylation of the agouti gene, and that can promote obesity and type 2 diabetes in adulthood. So what is the current nutrition situation? I'm going to be talking about trends before COVID-19 because someone else will be speaking on COVID-19. Now, between 2012 and 2019, our global food security score increased from 35 to 48. However, our global food security ranking dropped from 25 to 19 from 25th from the bottom to 19th from the bottom out of 113 countries. That is unacceptable. Also, between 2008 and 2013, under 5 mortality dropped from 157 to 128 deaths per 1,000 live births, but it increased again in 2018 to 132. And maternal mortality has plateaued, at above 5 maternal deaths per 1,000 live births. Also, Nigeria loses about 1 million children every year. That is the population of Port Harcourt. And the revenue from customs for Port Harcourt in 2018 was about $81.2 billion. So imagine how much we're losing in potential. Now, you will understand that malnutrition has claimed the lives of many of Nigeria's scientists, technologists, innovators, inventors, astronauts, businessmen, and even our future potential Dangotes. This is highly unacceptable. On the positive side, stunting has dropped from 41% to 37%, and wasting has reduced by half from 14% to 7%. And also, exclusive breastfeeding between 2008 and 2018 has more than doubled from 14% to 29% of mothers practicing exclusive breastfeeding. However, the percentage of children that have access to the minimum acceptable diet has had a precipitous drop from 30% in 2008 to just 7% in 2018. That is also unacceptable. Severe acute malnutrition has reduced from 2% to 1.5%, a testimony to progress with community-based management of acute malnutrition. Yeah, so I'll quickly jump to what can we do? What can we do? I call it the ABCDs of what we can do. The first thing we need to do is to acknowledge progress. Are we where we want to be? No. But are we where we used to be? No. It is convenient to say that no progress has been made, but we need to realize that all stakeholders have been working hard to achieve progress. In 2017 and 2018, the government budgeted $5.9 million for nutrition, although that's less than the stipulation of the strategic plan of action. The review of the National Policy on Food and Nutrition in 2016, the inauguration of the National Council on Nutrition, the Homegrown School Feeding Program, scaling up nutrition initiatives, and numerous interventions by stakeholders denote progress. But we cannot relax. We need to build on this momentum and move on to greater achievements. B, we need to look beyond the numbers. Stakeholders need to see that every statistic represents a real human being with family ties, aspirations, and needs just like us. Those who are privileged to control resources need to be personally touched by every life lost or affected by malnutrition and work passionately for prevention and mitigation. Also, we need to coordinate and commit. We need to adopt a concerted approach to nutrition interventions, not a fragmented and dispersed response. A dashboard for current nutrition efforts and a database for completed interventions will prevent duplication of efforts and improve effectiveness. They should be domiciled at the Ministry of the Finance, Budget and National Planning, and they should show the nutrition situation in the country, interventions in each sector, implementing partners and resource allocation, as well as impact, lessons learned, pitfalls, and sustainability. D is for data-driven action. The government needs to use quantitative tools such as Optimal Nutrition developed by the World Bank to assist with prioritizing funding to minimize stunting, wasting, anemia, or under 5 mortality at both the national and regional levels. E, we need to evaluate and monitor progress and keep building on successes and learning from failures. In addition to regular evaluation, we need to study the long-term effects of catch-up nutrition interventions as new scientific evidence indicates alteration of the metabolomic and epigenetic profiles as well as the microbiome of subjects. Data-driven actions. So we're going to go into the details of data-driven actions. So we need to make targeted financial investments. Investments in nutrition need to be benchmarked against nutritional indicators such as the number of children with reduced stunting, not just the number of children reached with programs. We also need to constantly track budget performance, and we need to follow the money. We also need to revamp our food supply by investing more and leveraging technology to boost agricultural infrastructure, market information systems, distribution, processing, storage, and commerce. We also need to educate our women and empower them financially and give them nutrition training. And then I would like to talk about indigenous strategies. Those are the short-term actions we can take. I've talked about the long-term. For the short-term actions, indigenous strategies are so important. Let's use each community's unique resources and strengths instead of importing solutions. From my personal research experience in Bauchi, we identified low-income women who have well-nourished children as positive deviants. We learned their successful childcare practices in spite of their poverty, and we taught other mothers in the community, and child nutrition improved significantly. Also, from an Oxfam-funded assessment of foods consumed in Bauchi, we observed that addition of cheap groundnut cake or utilization of 2 legumes in addition to cereals drastically improved the protein and micronutrient content of meals. Also, we successfully produced indigenous ready-to-use therapeutic foods using reduced quantities of milk, sugar, and groundnuts, along with soybeans and cereal powders. We also used cashew nuts in place of groundnuts and sugar in place of dates, and we got comparable nutrient profiles, and we also got comparable acceptability of the RUTF. This has been published in the European Journal of Nutrition and Food Safety. Also, AflaSafe has been developed by the International Institute for Tropical Agriculture for the prevention of aflatoxin contamination of groundnuts. This needs to be made widely available to farmers to reduce our reliance on imported groundnuts for RUTF due to the problem of aflatoxin contamination. AflaSafe can prevent that contamination. We are also building a mobile app to improve IYCF practices of teenage mothers, and we have received permission from the Ministry of Health to adapt content for that project. We need to intensify capacity building for nutrition professionals and mobilize nutrition graduates in NPower and NYSC to lead infant and young child feeding support groups. Finally, transgenerational behavior change. In addition to nutrition curriculum in schools, we need to utilize innovative means to change the behavior of young people, including social media, working with Nollywood and the music industry to include nutrition messages in films and songs. In conclusion, there is no better time to increase funding for nutrition. Therefore, innovative financing solutions are urgently needed for nutrition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. And thank you for your extensive situation analysis and your ABCDE, which you know are actionable. And I'm sure we would also look into that as part of our take home. Thank you again. Now we would leave the academia, so to speak, and come back to the executive. At this point, Your Excellencies, all very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at a point I saw the representative of Her Excellency, the First Lady, on my screen, and I know she's around. I've also been told that His Excellency, the Vice President, is also around. So we are in for business. And also like to say that we have Her Excellency Toyin Saraki, wife of the former Senate President, also around, and chairperson Wellbeing Foundation. So we'll move straight now to the hearing from the executive. And our first speaker will be remarks by the Honorable Minister of State for Budget and National Planning, Prince Clem Agba. Sir, you have the microphone. Thank you. Please, sir, can you unmute your mic so we can hear you? Honorable Minister of State. We cannot get to him at the moment. We would get back to him as soon as we are able to establish further contact. At this moment, I'd like to invite in the Honorable Minister of Health that has had so much on his table and plate considering the pandemic, but he's here with us and we're happy to have him with us. I'm being told that we probably have the prince back with us. So we'll take him first and then come back.
Did she just go now?
We still have not been able to have the contact needed with the Honorable Minister of State Budget and National Planning, Prince Clem Agba. And this so germane, like you've heard in every of the presentation, budget allocation, budget is so important. I'm sure that we will have to get back to him. Is he there now? Are you there, sir? All right, well, we'll just go straight to the Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Osage Ehanire. Thank you so much, sir. You have been there all day, all morning. That's the seriousness with which you take the conference. You now have the microphone, Honorable Minister of Health.
Very much. And good afternoon. Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic, Dr. Aisha Buhari, the convener of this conference. Your Excellency, the Second Lady, Mrs. Yemi Osinbajo, honorable ministers, dear stakeholders, guests, ladies and gentlemen, and may I stand from here on existing protocol. I am honored and delighted to address this important conference on nutrition, and I commend the convener, Her Excellency Dr. Mrs. Aisha Buhari, and the Aisha Buhari Foundation for bringing together key players in nutrition to deliberate on innovative financing options for nutrition in Nigeria. The theme of the conference, Innovative Financing Options for Nutrition, Unraveling the Bottlenecks, is well chosen, especially so at the time like this, when the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted the economy of both nations and challenged their health institutions. First, some of the background which has been so well given by Dr. Soshan. Malnutrition and nutrition-related issues remain a significant global public health problem, which manifests as undernutrition, overnutrition, and micronutrient deficiencies. The importance of balanced nutrition in the first 1,000 days of life has been stressed. And the main indicators of undernutrition are stunting or low height for age, caused by long-term insufficient nutrient intake and chronic infections. Stunting occurs generally before the age of 2, and its effects are largely irreversible. While wasting or low weight for height is a strong predictor of mortality among children under 5, it is usually the result of significant food shortage or disease. There is a clear relationship between malnutrition and the underdevelopment of a country, as it negatively affects the well-being of people. It drains the nation of quality human capital and so hinders economic and social development. Nigeria, unfortunately, has the highest number of stunted children below age 5 in sub-Saharan Africa, and the second highest in the world, with stunting and wasting rates of 37% and 7% respectively. The proportion of children exclusively breastfed from birth to 6 months of age is only 29%, while 12% of women of the 15 to 49 year childbearing age also suffer from acute malnutrition. In addition, Nigeria faces an increasing burden of diet-related non-communicable diseases like diabetes and hypertension. The National Strategic Plan of Action for Nutrition, NSPAN, was developed for implementation from 2014 to 2019, the goal being to improve overall nutritional status with special focus on vulnerable groups like poor women of reproductive age and children under 5 years of age. Funding was a major implementation challenge, and the review is currently ongoing. The Federal Ministry of Health is committed to fighting malnutrition in all forms and government spending on nutrition has increased over the years, with 1.8 billion spent over the last 2 years on ready-to-use therapeutic food, known as RUTF, to treat children with severe acute malnutrition at over 2,000 sites for community management of acute malnutrition in 26 states of the Federation. Her Excellency Dr. Aisha Buhari launched the National Zero Water Initiative of the Ministry of Health in August 2019 to create awareness of the need to feed babies breast milk only in the first 6 months of life, as well as to promote adequate complementary feeding to end malnutrition and lay a foundation for healthy children. Early reports show that the effort is making impact. However, all of this is not enough, and opportunities in the private sector are waiting to be unlocked. A report of the African Development Bank shows that Africa's private sector accounts for over 4/5 of total production, 2/3 of total investment, and 3/4 of total credit to the economy, and also employs 90% of the working age population. It is becoming increasingly necessary to involve private sector to supplement and reinforce public sector effort in fighting malnutrition. The private sector can invest in infrastructure, mobilize extra resources, produce nutritional commodities like ready-to-use therapeutic food, train health workers, and much more. The Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, intended to improve the quality of primary healthcare services and access to nutrition for the most vulnerable members of the population, including children and poor women, also presents a unique opportunity to increase nutrition financing and fast-track progress towards universal health coverage. BHCPF financing is in the process of disbursement as I speak. Investing in nutrition is a cost-effective driver of development and prosperity because it enables children to grow to their full potential, and it triggers positive social and economic changes. A mechanism to catalyze such investment in a way that is adapted to our national circumstances is needed. There is room for the private sector to support or sponsor established programs for nutrition. This conference provides an opportunity to lay the foundation for such a mechanism. As we deliberate on this very important subject, I urge all participants to contribute to the discourse and to proffer options to nutrition financing that are innovative and sustainable. I look forward to the outcome. I shall close by again thanking Her Excellency Dr. Aisha Buhari and her foundation for keeping the nutrition issue in the limelight. And without her effort, it will have fallen to the background where it has been for decades. I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and thank you so much for your loud voice on the fact that nutrition is an imperative, good nutrition is an imperative, and it is cost effective to have children that can ultimately, who would become the leaders of this country, have a solid foundation to lead. Thank you, sir. And I'm sure that he also alluded to the fact that innovation, homegrown innovation is important at this point. And of course, private sector investment and collaboration is also very important. I've just been told, yes, that we have the Honorable Minister of State for Budget and National Planning here with us. So would like to have you, sir, Prince Clem Agba. You are welcome again. I hope that all the technicalities would allow you to speak to us. Thank you, sir. You have the microphone.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, sir. Yes,
Loud
we
and
can.
clear.
You're
Can hear
muted now.
Okay, thank you very much for having me, and sorry for the technical hitch. Like I was saying before we had the interruption, said I was asked to deliver a goodwill message, so I didn't quite do a deep dive in the remarks that I put together. But first, let me observe the already very well established protocols. So it is with great delight and honor that I attend this virtual conference on innovative financing options for nutrition, unraveling the bottlenecks, being organized by the Aisha Buhari Foundation of Her Excellency, Dr. Mrs. Aisha Buhari. As you all know, malnutrition leads directly to suffering and death and slows down development. Nigeria's contribution to under 5 and maternal mortality in the whole world is not commendable. Hence, the present administration highly prioritizes reduction of malnutrition in its cardinal project objectives for the country. It is on the basis of this, I believe that the organizers of this great event have carefully selected the theme of this year's conference to demonstrate the linkage between resource allocation and malnutrition. Considering dwindling government resources, there is need for alternative innovative financing to be supported by the private sectors and donor community. Given our role as the Secretariat to both the National Council on Nutrition and National Committee on Food and Nutrition, we shall effectively coordinate and provide oversight role towards implementation of the revised national policy on food and nutrition at national and sub-national levels, as well as the costed multi-sectorial plan of action for food and nutrition in order to reduce the burden of malnutrition in the country. The ministry will also continually engage the sectorial ministries and agencies to prioritize nutrition-specific and sensitive interventions. Since the inception of President Muhammadu Buhari's administration, we have made progress in reduction of malnutrition. But unfortunately, the advent of COVID-19 and lockdown of both global and local economies have impacted on the gains already achieved. This administration introduced several programs targeted at the poor, such as Comprehensive National Social Safety Net Program in 2016 to address unemployment, tackle poverty, hunger, and improve the condition of living of the extremely poor and vulnerable Nigerians. To stimulate the economy and reduce the impact of COVID-19 on malnutrition, this government developed a stimulus package that included fiscal and monetary policies, sectoral interventions, and social programs. These are direct support to the health sector, mass agriculture, and more funding of WASH program. In this period of COVID-19, we still require more collaboration with the international community to tackle and eliminate malnutrition in all its ramifications. Let me assure you that the Ministry of Finance, Budget, and National Planning, in line with this broad mandate of coordinating food and nutrition-related activities in the country, will continue to provide effective leadership in ensuring that we achieve optimal nutritional status for all Nigerians as outlined in the National Food and Nutrition Policy. We have deliberately created a thematic working group on nutrition in the successor medium-term National Development Plan 2021 to 2025 and the Perspective Plan Nigeria Agenda 2050 because of the importance of nutrition to national development. It is expected that this technical working group will do a lot of the planning, will do also a lot of the costing required, and therefore what will subsequently be coming into our budget for this sector. Let me especially appreciate Her Excellency, Dr. Mrs. Aisha Buhari, our own First Lady, for this very commendable humanitarian service she's providing through her foundation for Nigerian women, youths, and children. I want to appreciate you all for being part of this virtual conference on nutrition and wish you all successful deliberations. Thank you all for your very kind attention. Once more, good afternoon.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of State, and thank you for hanging in until you were able to give your contribution in spite of the technical hitch that we heard earlier on connected with you. We're moving now to remarks by the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, and Mrs. Nabila Aguele, Special Advisor to the Honorable Minister, would represent her. May I please invite Mrs. Nabila Aguele to please address us. We can't hear her. Can we please do the needful?
Sorry about that. Good afternoon. My name is Nabila Aguele. It is my honor to be here representing the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, who really wished to have been here in person, but has been unavoidably detained at another program and sends her best regards. Permit me to stand on existing protocols and first begin by recognizing the host, Her Excellency Dr. Mrs. Aisha Buhari, founder of the Aisha Buhari Foundation. I also want to recognize His Excellency, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, the other ministers, including His Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Health, and also the Honorable Minister of Budget and National Planning. I will now proceed to read the keynote address prepared for the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you all to this important conference on ensuring improved and innovative funding for better nutrition outcomes in Nigeria. This conference is timely and recognizes the urgent need to address malnutrition, particularly given the dual impact of COVID-19 and the drop in crude oil prices. It also recognizes that there has been an increasing and necessary global shift towards strategic partnerships and innovative approaches to bridging the nutrition funding gap with well-costed government-led policies and programs. We in Nigeria are at a critical crossroads. While we've seen some improvements in recent years, as some of the speakers have already highlighted, particularly in the areas of child nutrition and breastfeeding, we know that in order for these improvements to yield concrete results, malnutrition and other public health issues must be addressed through the implementation of innovative policies and strategies which are appropriately funded, data-driven, sustainable, and that optimize transparency and accountability. Further, we must continue to work collaboratively across the federal and state governments and hand in hand with the private sector and development partners and the CSOs. In recent years, Nigeria has shown a clear commitment to the eradication of malnutrition. This is happening through the adoption and domestication of policies and costed strategic plans, which emphasize increased reliance on domestic funding and a well-coordinated multi-sectorial and multi-stakeholder approach comprising government, CSOs, private sector, and donors backed by sustained high-level political commitment. Recent and ongoing developments include the National Strategic Plan of Action for Nutrition, the National Policy on Food and Nutrition, the Innovative National Social Investment Program, of which the Homegrown School Feeding Program is a highlight, the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, and the National Council on Nutrition, chaired by His Excellency the Vice President. Nigeria's Economic Recovery and Growth Plan, a medium-term strategic plan aimed at investing in our people, diversifying the economy, and restoring growth, places critical emphasis on strategic multi-sectoral interventions to address food security and malnutrition. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, implementation of the ERGP, prudent resource management, and fiscal policy implementation had resulted in 11 consecutive quarters of GDP growth, with GDP growth from 1.91% in 2018 to 2.27% in 2019. Further, we passed the 2020 budget in record time, ushering in a necessary return to the January to December budgeting cycle. To support government's focus on diversifying away from oil revenues and enhancing domestic revenue mobilization, the strategic revenue growth initiatives were launched in January 2019, and the 2020 Finance Act was passed, a record-breaking fiscal intervention representing the first of its kind in recent history. Even with steady improvements, however, our economy largely depended on oil revenue and foreign exchange earnings pre-COVID-19, categorized by a high debt service ratio and a weak infrastructure base and low human capital development indices. The government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic under the leadership of His Excellency Mr. Muhammadu Buhari, the President, has been swift and people-oriented. It includes a fiscal stimulus package, amendments to the medium-term fiscal framework and the 2020 Appropriation Act, and the launch of the multi-sector economic sustainability plan. Our focus has been on protecting the economy and funding the country's healthcare needs, with the COVID-19 response spurring necessary transformation and innovation in the fiscal space and beyond. As all our speakers have emphasized, the time to act is now. Nutrition is therefore one of the key thematic areas in the Medium-Term National Development Plan, which is currently underway, and the Nigeria Agenda 2015, also currently being developed. Further, our ministry is currently finalizing an official development assistance policy, which seeks to maximize the benefit of international assistance, both for nutrition and other critical areas. The policy will be underpinned by a government-led mutual accountability framework aimed at ensuring that development aid is deployed in alignment with and in furtherance of national priorities. Let me close by appreciating the commitment of Her Excellency, Dr. Aisha Buhari, and our Nigerian Nutrition Ambassador. She has been working through her foundation tirelessly to secure the future and hope of women, youth, and children in Nigeria. It is my belief that the outcome of this conference will provide an opportunity for co-creating innovative solutions to address the issue of financing for nutrition, and in particular for better mobilizing and partnership with the private sector. We have seen clear progress and have the right policies and strategic priorities in place. Our work, however, is just beginning, and we at the ministry will continue to focus on mobilizing domestic resources and on boosting such resources with innovative development partner financing. We will further focus on developing well-costed and implementable national plans to ensure a coordinated, multi-stakeholder and cross-sectoral approach to eradicating malnutrition in Nigeria. I wish you all fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I like the fact that the Honorable Minister of Finance has said that this time is time for action. And we do hope that that will also receive the attention when we do come knocking on her door. That we should please ensure that they get copies of all presentations that have been made, that I can assure you if we have your email addresses and where to send the presentation to you. Now, at this point, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, our special advisors here present, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. She has been here, and because all we are saying today is about partnership. We're going to have the remarks of the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and founder of the Aisha Buhari Foundation, who is hosting all of us today, Her Excellency, Dr. Mrs. Aisha Muhammad Buhari, who is ably represented by the wife of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our own Her Excellency, Mrs. Dolapo Osinbajo. You're welcome, ma'am, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. His Excellency, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Chairman, National Council on Nutrition. His Excellency Alhaji Mohammed Inuwa Yahaya, the Executive Governor of Gombe State, Distinguished Senator Ibrahim Uluriegbe, Chairman, Senate Committee on Health, Dr. Zainab Ahmed, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and Planning as represented, Dr. Sage Ehanire, the Honorable Minister of Health, Prince Clem Ikande Agba, the Honorable Minister of State for Budget and National Planning, Dr. Faisal Shuaib, the Executive Director, National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, Dr. Hajo Sani, the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Women Affairs and Administration, Office of the First Lady, Dr. Adeyinka Onobolu, Senior Advisor on Food Security and Nutrition to the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Sufia Askari, Children's Investment Fund Foundation, Mrs. Beatrice Eluaka, Executive Secretary, Civil Society Scaling in Nutrition in Nigeria, representatives of the SAM Advocacy Consortium, UNICEF, World Bank, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Dangote Foundation, the Sun Business Network, development partners, civil societies, representatives of the private sector, media, speakers, panelists, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and privilege to represent Her Excellency, the First Lady of Nigeria, Dr. Mrs. Aisha Muhammad Buhari, and I'll go ahead to read her remarks. I'm delighted to welcome you all to this virtual conference on nutrition. Year after year, we make efforts to bring stakeholders together to discuss nutrition. We hold seminars, carry out researches, commission projects, hold media campaigns, and roundtable meetings, talking about malnutrition and exploring ways of addressing it. By now, we are certain that the government and people of Nigeria are more aware of the nutrition situation in the country. We have the federal and state councils on nutrition, chaired by key government officials who ensure that decisions on nutrition-related issues are not delayed. The National Council for Food and Nutrition, chaired by His Excellency the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, is one of such platforms that demonstrates the government's commitment to prioritize nutrition. We have policies at federal and state levels addressing various aspects of nutrition as well. However, despite these efforts, Nigeria still records millions of children suffering and even dying from one form of malnutrition or the other. Nigeria has the second largest number of stunted children in the world that may never be able to have an optimally productive adult life. To ignore this will be a disservice, because tomorrow we will not have the full complement of competent young adults in the nation, in government, in business, the academia, and in other segments. Looking beyond the figures, you will see actual children who are practically unsure of their next breath. Yet we all live in the community with them as parents, neighbors, community leaders, business owners, civil society groups, and government. Although we do not physically isolate these children, we isolate them emotionally each time we have a chance to take any decision in their favor and fail to do so. The current global pandemic and shrinking fiscal space has further worsened the situation by moving all attention and resources towards the containment of the COVID-19 virus. We may have unconsciously excluded these vulnerable children in this process, thereby leaving them in extra jeopardy without a fighting chance against COVID-19 infection. We should realize that their lives are equally as important. We just commemorated the World Breastfeeding Week, and here we are having another landmark conference on nutrition. We are not about to stop holding these meetings and having elaborate conversations simply because we have had many before. We will only stop when we have ended the scourge of malnutrition ravaging our children and secured the future of that vulnerable Nigerian child who is at risk of never optimizing his mental and physical potentials. When we have created systems where our children can survive, thrive, and possess the requisite cognitive ability to handle the future. We will only stop when our communities understand the need to adopt proper infant and young child feeding practices. When our government at all levels back up their commitments by funding nutrition and ensuring that allocations and interventions are duly executed. We will only stop when the private sector realizes that no business can truly succeed if the future of a nation is bleak and invest in nutrition. We will only stop when civil society realizes that demanding accountability and sensitizing the community is as important as making funds available. When all play our individual and collective roles to end malnutrition and secure the future of the nation. We will only stop when all realize that the Nigerian child is our responsibility, not that of the international donor community, and stop demanding incentives to do what is right within our purview. Only then will we stop holding seemingly recurrent nutrition-themed talks. Only then will our society look at the future with hope. We have made some progress in recent years, especially having more stakeholders talking about nutrition and getting a more nutrition-sensitive budget at the federal and state levels. We have also enjoyed more responsiveness from the Ministries of Health and Finance. I thank and commend the Honorable Ministers for being at this event. It is a demonstration of your commitment and willingness to end malnutrition in Nigeria. I also sincerely appreciate His Excellency, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the National Focal Person for Nutrition, for attending this conference in person. We are positive that with your leadership, we can end the scourge of malnutrition and create a better future for our nation. We understand that the government alone cannot handle this situation, which is why the Aisha Buhari Foundation, in collaboration with Network for Health Equity and Development and International Society for Media and Public Health, as part of the Consortium for Treatment and Prevention of Severe Acute Malnutrition, continually reached out to government, private sector, and other stakeholders to invest in nutrition. It is, however, important that we make the effort count by creating structured, progressive, accountable, and sustainable mechanisms to optimize resources available for improving nutrition, especially for the helpless child. This, I believe, will improve our budgetary allocation and private sector investments in nutrition. At the end of this meeting, I am hopeful that every stakeholder represented here will strengthen their resolve to make and follow through with their commitments on nutrition. I'm also hopeful that we will all innovate and harness the current funding avenues for a more strategic and sustainable financing of nutrition in a multi-sectoral approach where everyone is aware of their roles and are held accountable for it. I am excited as I look forward to the result of this conference as we work towards the Sustainable Development Goals of eliminating poverty, zero hunger, and saving lives by 2030. Thank you and have a fruitful deliberation. Dr. Mrs. Aisha Muhammadu Buhari, the First Lady, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And thank you also for the passion you have displayed in that address, because I know you are also involved. Well, that's the address of the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably presented to us by the wife of the Vice President of Nigeria. She has alluded to the fact, which I also agree with, that the Nigerian child is our responsibility, not the responsibility of donor nations, and that we must have, as a matter of urgency, nutrition-sensitive budget and strengthen also multi-sectoral collaboration. As we move on swiftly to the next item on the program, which is an address by someone whom has taken it upon himself to speak through and walk through for action. He is an accomplished scholar, a teacher, a lawyer, an administrator, an ordained pastor, one of the nation's leading experts on the law of evidence, national and regional corporate commercial laws, and public law. Today, by the special grace of God, we have him as our guest speaker, His Excellency, Professor Oluyemi Oluleke Osinbajo, SAN, GCON, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Chairman, National Council on Nutrition. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Mrs. Aisha Buhari, represented today by the wife of the Vice President, Mrs. Dolapo Osinbajo. Your Excellency, the Governor of Gombe State, Alhaji Mohammed Inuwa Yahaya, honorable ministers present today, partners, local and international partners, friends and colleagues, and very distinguished guests who are joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, the Aisha Buhari Foundation and its partners at the Federal Ministry of Health, the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, and the Nigerian Health Watch deserve every commendation for providing such an excellent opportunity for this important conversation on nutrition. I must also join everyone in commending Her Excellency, the First Lady, Dr. Mrs. Aisha Buhari, who with her well-known passion and empathy for causes that concern ordinary Nigerians, has convened this conference and continues to play major roles in this process. The choice of the theme of the conference is an inspired one. It seeks to address one of the major challenges to turning around the depressing narrative on nutrition in Nigeria, and this is funding. Perhaps it bears repeating that with malnutrition, we are confronted with a terrible scourge, one capable of defeating the present aspirations of millions of young Nigerians for healthy and productive lives, but worse, one that can jeopardize the physical and mental abilities of future generations, since children are its most vulnerable victims. And while malnutrition is indeed a global problem, we in Nigeria have distinct factors that exacerbate the prevalence of malnutrition. The first is poverty, which is both a cause and a consequence. But the story is worsened today by the effects of the economic downturn resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. This has not only translated to massive job losses and supply chain disruptions, but also a drop in income for the poor and the most vulnerable households, resulting in diminishing nutritional status. Second is the displacement of large populations, especially children, as a result of the insurgency in the Northeast and the banditry and conflicts in the Northwest. The persistence of these underlying issues increases the overall physical and material resources that will be required to deal with malnutrition. What then can be done to innovatively provide resources for the battle against malnutrition? What do we need to do? Let us begin with what resources have been deployed so far. And I'm extremely pleased to see that so much has been said already. And I think in particular, the presentation by Mrs. Shosanya by Professor Shosanya was particularly intriguing, especially as it showed not just what had not been done, but also what had been done. In April 2016, the President, after the review and adoption of the National Food and Nutrition Policy, inaugurated the National Council on Nutrition, and that was in 2017. The National Council on Nutrition is charged with providing strategic direction, ensuring coordinated and aligned programming, and coordinating innovative financing and accountability for nutrition interventions. And the National Council on Nutrition has held several meetings and has also quite recently approved, the multi-sectoral plan, and I'll come to that in a moment. Second, the administration has also ensured progressive increases in budgetary allocations to nutrition activities in the country. There has been an increased investment of about 3.8 billion naira in nutrition by federal and state governments, especially for the procurement of ready-to-use therapeutic foods, RUTF. Third, the revitalization of the primary healthcare system, with nutrition as a primary focus and the promotion of optimum breastfeeding and improved quality of complementary foods. Noticeably, there has been a decline in stunting and wasting, and I think we've already been given some information about that, from about 44% in 2017 to 37% in 2019, and wasting from about 10.8% in 2017 to about 7% in 2019, and an increase in exclusive breastfeeding among children under 6 months from about 24% in 2017 to 29% in 2019. Fourth is our social investment program, particularly the homegrown school feeding program for public primary schools, that currently feeds well over 9 million children across 34 states and the Federal Capital Territory, serving one nutritious meal every day. And the conditional cash transfer scheme that provides cash transfers for about 1.2 million beneficiaries so far to boost income with the aim of improving nutritional status for each household. The president, of course, has recently ordered an increase in the number of those who benefit from the conditional cash transfers to another 1 million Nigerians. But there's clearly a very long way to go. According to the nutritional costing study of the World Bank in Nigeria, and this was almost 6 years ago, the cost per child, that's an annual cost per child, is something in the order of about $14.5 US. That's about $14.50, arrived at by the variation in costs among the proven 10 nutrition interventions and the estimated number of beneficiaries. Now, this cost compares favorably to global estimates of about $30 per child, calculated by the World Bank as at 2010. Now, this estimate can be adopted for the baseline for 2020 and beyond, considering inflation and economic indices. We can adopt something in the region of about, say, $30 or more, which today will come to, in Naira terms, will come to something about, if we're using current rates in Naira terms, it will be close to, I think, 30. Anyway, I'll come back to that. I'm not entirely certain what that amount of money will be in Naira terms. I don't want to give you a figure that will be wrong. I'll come to that. I'll come back to that so I can give you an exact figure. At the national level, it's projected that the total additional public investment required to scale up 10 nutrition-specific interventions from current coverage levels to full coverage is estimated to be something in the order of almost about $837 million US dollars, about $837 US. Now, 837 million US dollars. Clearly, we need to increase domestic financing. We need to increase domestic financing. And the only way to do so is to look more at what we can do at both the federal and state levels. But more importantly, to direct funding to communities with the greatest need. I've heard of our civil society partners, who say, and who have said even today, that we need to do more in terms of funding, federal funding and state funding. And also, some have alluded to the sum of 800 million naira removed from the 2020 budget. And they said quite rightly that we should have this returned. I agree, but we must realize that the federal government proposes a budget, but the National Assembly may have a different view. And I think your advocacy before the National Assembly is crucial to drawing attention to what we consider, or what you consider priority. There are always several competing needs for money. And sometimes your strong voices, especially directed at the debates that are going on, the public hearings that go on, can make a real difference in what ends up in the budget, in what ends up both in the federal budget and also in state budgets when the states propose their own budgets. But budget funds from both state and federal governments cannot meet all of the needs. We believe that ultimately the pool of funds from mandatory health insurance, from our mandatory health insurance program, will be an important contributor to financing nutrition. We do not think that budget funds will ever do it. We need to aggregate a pool of funds outside of budget funding, which is why our proposal for mandatory health insurance is one that we'll consider important, not just for healthcare, but also for the nutrition interventions that we're proposing. We will look to donors to increase nutrition financing with a focus on equity by targeting populations that are most in need, including those that are fragile or have limited options for effective mobilization of domestic finance for nutrition. We'll also look to private corporations to absorb some of the costs of implementing nutrition programs in areas such as fortification of food, transportation of food, or communication on behavioral change. But raising funds may be fairly straightforward. The bigger problem is the efficient and transparent deployment of resources and coordinating the contributions of our local and international partners. The implementation of a new national multisectoral plan of action for food and nutrition. Now, this will be an important part of restructuring our response to malnutrition. The National Council on Nutrition has already approved the plan, and it's awaiting budgetary projection before presentation to the Federal Executive Council. The implementation of the plan will involve fully spelling out the roles and other stakeholders. The most effective way of running this will be to work with the states to develop their own specific plans and to channel support to the states in an organized and coordinated fashion. Two other matters are critical. The first is investment in data management. We need data-driven action to efficiently target scarce resources to where it is most needed. And this is not just at the federal level. The states also have to help in building the data that will be necessary for the kind of efficient allocation of resources and efficient use of resources that is desperately needed, especially with such scarcity of resources. Second is education, especially education of women. There is unquestionably a correlation between levels of education of mothers and the health and nutrition outcomes. So it's important for us to educate women. And the vigorous work that is now being done, both at the state and federal levels, especially after the president declared that there must be, that we must fully implement compulsory primary education in the first 9 years of a child's school life. And this is especially targeted at the girl child. So I think it's important for us to ensure that women are educated, and especially that mothers are given the kind of information that will be required, even in situations, as I think Mrs. Shoshana pointed out, in situations where there are high levels of poverty. Nutrition, good advice on nutrition, information on nutrition can still be very helpful in bringing about better outcomes than we're getting at the moment. The journey to ending malnutrition need not be a long one. We can, with effective collaboration, with sincerity of purpose and creativity, reach our goals quickly. Funding will always be key, but so also is reducing bureaucracy with common sense approaches and solutions. And I think that we can deploy, while it's important to deploy resources, important to aggregate funding, it's more important to ensure that these resources are directed to the right, to the most needy areas, and that we use common wisdom and experience at this conference will help to shed light on how to get the best results and move quickly. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Just to supply the information, today, the $30 annually, which we spoke about per child, will come to about 11,400 naira. 11,400 naira. I wanted to ensure that we had an accurate figure, 11,400 naira. Thank you all very much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, the Vice President. You can see that he was speaking from his heart. And the assurance that he has given is that this is a can-do project. It's something that is achievable within the context of in-country innovation and creativity. We thank you so much, sir, for your time and your commitment. And so we would continue with this program. I think I have been fired on to continue with this program. Your Excellencies, all very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the chat room is bursting. So many issues are coming up, and we have, for now, we have more than 300, going to 400 participants who have actively remained with the conference. And of course, we have pediatrician, we have Her Excellency, wife of the Kebbi State Governor, Dr. Zainab Shinkafi Bahudu, and a lot of questions have been raised. We will try as much as possible to have a robust interactive session with some of these questions, just like this one. There are two issues that needs to be raised: purchasing RUTF, which Mr. Vice President spoke to. That is the RUTF locally, and also need to ask, has UNICEF provided all the RUTF from last year's funds given to them? So these are just part of the questions, and the questions are overlapping themselves. So I hope that we'll have a robust interactive session to actually deal with this. We will go to the citizens' agenda after this next presentation. And Your Excellencies, all very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce Olumide Okola Doctor. He's a senior health specialist at the World Bank and International Finance Corporation. He leads the work on private sector participation in health systems and has been involved in the conceptualization, design, and implementation of several pro-poor risk pooling schemes in Nigeria. Nicole designed an approval of Nigeria's largest nutrition project, $250 million, accelerating nutrition results in Nigeria, and is supporting efforts to develop a strategic and action plan to accelerate human capital development investment, financing models for healthcare And that's what is related our thoughts here as I invite Dr. Lily. Please let me know that we are time conscious now. Please let's ensure that all presenters adhere to the time allotted so that we can have a robust conversation at the end of all the presentations. Dr. Okwala, you have the floor. I can see him on my screen.
Yes, thank you so much for this opportunity. Let me put a caveat up front. My presentation is in 3 parts. His Excellency, the Vice President, has made the 3rd part of my presentation. I will not bother with that part. In fact, I think I will be correct to... someone would need to mute. So I would like to label the Vice President a health economist from today onwards. He has done an excellent job of several of the things I was going to talk about. And as you will see in the slides, I will just flip through them because he's described them and has talked to them as an health economist will do. I'll just go straight to the point. So this is what I plan to talk about. First, the challenge of inclusive and sustainable growth in Nigeria, the state of nutrition in Nigeria, and the framework for achieving optimum nutrition. That framework essentially has been taken by His Excellency, the Vice President. This is the question I want to ask at the beginning of this talk, and I'm also going to bring up this slide at the end of my presentation. We have a question on this webinar. Which way do we want Nigeria to be? Do we want a Nigeria rising? Do we want a Nigeria that is floating and so-so? Or do we want a Nigeria that is business as usual? I wish the organizers could put this to a vote. I will not be a magician to know that everybody will want a Nigeria that is rising. So what's the problem? Before then, just to put in some concrete numbers what COVID has done. This is data from the World Bank by my colleagues in macroeconomics, and this was done at a very early stage of the pandemic. They will still need to rejig these numbers, but these numbers are not looking good. And I think everyone on this call has mentioned that. Poverty is going to rise, the economy has contracted, of course, revenues has declined. So there is a challenge, which has now been worsened by this pandemic. It's something that we've been battling with before now. So, guests on this call, this is our challenge as a nation today. If perhaps you want to take one thing away from me, you may want to take away this slide. The top graphic shows where Nigeria is today. As you can see, we have about 35% of our population stuck in hard agriculture, tilling the land with hoes. Industry is small, services large, but not contributing so much to productivity. Our peers, where are they? You can see that agriculture is reduced, industrialization is high, which is where we want to be. Even if it's agriculture, it should be mechanized agriculture so that we can derive value from the land. If it's services, we want services that will be productive. Therein lies the little challenge, friends. To be a highly industrialized nation, to be a country where it's contributing to productivity, then you need people who are really smart. You need people who have been adequately fed. You need people who have had a balanced diet. at a particular period of their lives. Because if you give them that food later on, you are just wasting your time. This is the essence of what I want to talk about today. We need to move from the first graphic up to the down graphic. But to do that, it needs to be done by people who are capable of doing so. So we won't say we don't have a problem. There are challenges. There's not enough money coming into the pot. The Minister of Finance had mentioned that, but there are reforms in place to increase the revenues that the country is making. Because not so much revenues is coming into the pot, there's little money going to sectors like healthcare. Or is it that we just don't give enough priority to healthcare? In summary, while we're still debating that, public financing for healthcare in Nigeria is one of the lowest. Because I'm Nigerian, I won't say it's the lowest, even though it is the lowest. What do you get when you do not finance healthcare appropriately? You just go straight to point 3. Stunting, low education, and reduced survival of children under 5. Yet, for a nation of this amount of wealth, our human capital index should not be where it is. The human capital index is a composite figure which says, look, if we do everything we're meant to do for this child today, what would this person be in 18 years' time? Based on the education, based on the nutrition and the health that this person has gotten. If you add all of that together, you can have an idea of how productive that person can be in the future. We didn't do well on that score. We were number 152 out of 157. But there's good news, because when that report came out, the government of Nigeria was one of the first countries in the world to set up a human capital development core working group and has been addressing that day and night. So I must acknowledge work that is going on that. As I close this section, I just would like to say that despite all that is confronting us, the future is one that is, again, based on the decision we take on our youths, our women, because if we do all these things right, some of them the VP has mentioned, we might in fact reap a dividend in the future. So the argument here is that if we focus on our human capital, in fact, that could be what will take us to the promised land. Just to quickly run through, why is it so urgent and critical? I turn all of you into radiologists today. Those are brain MRI that you are looking at. The MRI on the right is the brain of a stunted child. You can see that the neurons did not connect. So where you have neurons not connecting, it then means that the graph I shared in terms of Nigeria being an industrialized and a competitive nation, a stunted child cannot do that. A stunted child will grow healthy into adulthood, but will not be able to do complex things, will not be able to think at the level that we expect him to think. Friends, Nigeria's future completely depends on the kind of decisions we make on webinars like this. Otherwise, we will have a lot more of our children growing into adulthood with this kind of brains. Second point, all of this needs to happen in the first 1,000 days of life. Otherwise, that window is closed, and it is closed forever. So when we come on this call and we're sharing that, look, The stunting rate is 37%. This is bad news. This is not good. Just to also mention that paying attention just beyond economic growth, you are also avoiding a whole lot of potential diseases in the future. And I think Dr. Shosoya made this point. So for the level of our wealth and this level, high level of stunting, again, not acceptable. The worst part of it is this high prevalence of stunting is found, of course, highest amongst the poorest. So if COVID-19 even pushes more people into poverty, it means the prevalence of stunting will rise. Take a look at your state and see where you are. But first, to show that the poverty map of Nigeria, if you overlay it on the stunting map of Nigeria, it sorts of fit hand in glove. But these are the raw numbers. No geopolitical zone of Nigeria is spared from stunting. That's why it's so high. The national average is what we're sharing. But in fact, some nations are even, some geopolitical zones are much higher than the national average. So in summary, we have a huge number of our children growing into adulthood stunted, but that's also within that big crisis, there is also the underlying crisis of severe acute malnutrition. And all of this has huge consequences, not just for the future of individuals, but for the very essence of our nation. So, what do we do? We've heard about nutrition specific. We've heard about nutrition sensitive interventions. We've also heard about what we need to do about the enabling environment. But I argue we need to move from talk to action. These are basically some of the things His Excellency the Vice President had shared with us. Look, what are those nutrition specific interventions that you can do? He not only shared this with us, he gave us the kind of cost that comes with it. What is difficult in giving vitamin A supplements to kids? Vitamin A, by the way, is the cheapest drug known to mankind. If you ask me what is the level of vitamin A in Nigeria, we are below 20%. And again, if you will remember 837, that was the exact figure the VP was quoting. So other than to mention that if you make that kind of investment, the amount of gains that you can see is well in excess of $3 billion. So we shouldn't look at how much we're spending now, but in fact, what we will gain in the future. Nutrition is something we cannot afford to toy with. Even if you are unable to have all of this at one go, we can be strategic. We can say, okay, can we package certain interventions? Can we implement certain interventions where the problem is highest? We can be creative. Either way, the return on investment is high. Somebody mentioned, Uduak mentioned at the beginning of this call that you get $16 investment, return on investment. Absolutely. There's no power plant that you would develop that would give you a 23% return. I do hope my role here is to make some of my colleagues angry. That will be when I've done a good job, because this is quite painful. Just to also mention that there are also nutrition sensitive interventions that needs to be done. What does it take to do school-based deworming? Or to work on aflatoxin control, which some of our colleagues have mentioned today. But the important thing is that we need to marry nutrition sensitive interventions with nutrition specific interventions, but they're not done for free. Somebody has to pay for them. But we have countries that have made progress. Peru. They were able to have almost a 10% reduction in stunting. Senegal, almost 8% of stunting. And just to mention, just to share the example of Senegal, it was exactly the same thing Her Excellency Mrs. Aisha Buhari is doing. That was the same thing the wife of the president of Senegal did, with political action across all levels. And the kind of commitment that we saw in Senegal was quite unparalleled. This is a big deal. At the World Bank, for us, it's not necessarily about nutrition. It's about education, educating girls. It's about enhancing their health services. It's about empowering them by addressing social norms. It's about employing them because they now have the skills. We need to, and I think the HEVP also addressed this point. Nigeria has good policies in place. And to move forward, we need to be able to mobilize appropriate revenue. It's good that the Minister of Finance has started all those essential reforms. The Finance Act is in place. The SRGP has started. So yes, efforts are being put in place to address revenue concerns. But at the level of the sector, we need to be able to pull better. The Vice President talked about health insurance and how mandatory health insurance can work. And the last point, which the sector needs to take seriously, is how do we buy services in such a way that it will make a difference for our kids? I'm glad that the Vice President has directly addressed the issue of the money for UTF that was removed from the 2020 budget. I had it on my slide. But I'm saying, if this issue is so important to us, ladies and gentlemen, this is 2020. I spent the night looking at every line for nutrition in the Federal Ministry of Health budget. All they have was 2 lines. One has been removed to 0, which was meant to be 800 million. The rest they have is 10 million naira. So if I have been spending the last 10 minutes, if all of us on this call have been spending the last 1 hour talking about how important nutrition is, and if nutrition is getting 10 million naira from Nigeria's own budget, we need to come back to the drawing board. I acknowledge that the accelerating nutrition results of Nigeria, which is the 235 million credit from the World Bank, that's something, but it is too little to the kind of problems we have. And it is only in 12 states. I bring my last slide. Where really do we want Nigeria to be? Nigeria rising, Nigeria floating, or Nigeria business as usual? I leave that answer to everyone on this webinar. But I end on this optimism. The Newsweek article earlier this year, yes, Nigeria can be the Black China of Africa. It's not hard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Olumide Okunla, for that very inspiring presentation. And I like the fact that you were very emphatic on nutrition is an investment. An investment that will give us country on. It's a doable, and it is also important to know that the states must just buy in. It's not about just what federal government is doing, it's everybody must buy in. And we salute some states that are doing that. Just a couple of days back, we heard that the state government actually have, disbursed 25 million. And we will have this very disheartening data that Dr. Olumide shared with us. And as we move on, we've had an avalanche of questions and comments coming in. Some have asked questions, and well, I have really about 3 questions here. I have Professor Muturayo, who is asking, is there any nutrition program specifically targeted towards female adolescents in Nigeria? Very important for women, particularly who are of childbearing age. It's important for them to be well fed so that they can bring forth healthy children. Another question here, and I wonder if His Excellency is still around, because they are actually asking the chairman of the National Council on Nutrition, our own vice president, how is, in the wake of government involvement in nutrition improvement, are there any plans to capture individuals with special nutritional needs beyond our children, particularly those with severe acute malnutrition? And this is for the Minister of Health. If you're still with us, it's how is the Ministry of Health carrying out sensitization and education to balance nutrition among hard-to-reach communities to prevent diseases caused by poor nutrition? That's the whole gamut of what we are examining here today. And like I said to you, our next segment on this conference is going to be citizens' participation. And if I look through the chat room here, I would say to you that very many comments have come from the academia, from the private and public sector, and people are very eager about in-country sustainable food security that will actually take us to the promised land. So we are going to move on to panel discussions. And our first presentation will be current innovative financing options for nutrition, and that will be the first paper that will lead us on to the first panel discussion. And this is a discussion you cannot miss. We know that we have to lobby the National Assembly and other state assemblies to ensure that budget is some budget allocation is being specific to nutrition. So we would be having on this first panel, our distinguished Senator Ibrahim Olori-Egbe will be here. The Primary Healthcare Development Agency is very, very imperative to achieving success. Dr. Faisal Shuaibu will be here with us. Dr. Francis Amo will be here, Director Health and Nutrition, Dangote Foundation, and Dr. Ann Ada Ogo, Senior Program Manager, Christian Aid, Health Systems Innovative Financing Expert. Okay, and leading this, okay, she will present, like, yes, I did say, we are working collectively here. So when you see some hands coming on, it's very safe. Our moderator for this next session, Hassel, will give us, you know, a kind of background for us to understand where we're going with this panel discussion. Dr. Frances Ilika is a health economist, health systems expert who has facilitated policy formulation and implementation of several health systems, strengthening health financing and governance reforms towards universal health coverage. Some of these include the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, State Health Insurance Scheme, Primary Healthcare Strengthening, Public-Private Partnership, and Domestic Resource Mobilization at the national and sub-national levels. She's currently the country director of Palladium USAID funded Health Policy Plus project. And she's a reporter's delight. So I'll invite Dr. Frances to come on and give way for a while for the discussion to carry on. But just to say that, let's watch the time so that we can have a robust, yes, we can have a robust discussion. Currently, Dr. Francis Lika will give us a short presentation before we move on to the panel.
Thank you very much, Auntie Moji. Good morning, good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, Her Excellencies, distinguished senators, distinguished heads of institutions, ladies and gentlemen, kindly permit me to stand on existing protocols. So the Vice President, as well as all the other speakers and Olumide, have actually given us a very good and vivid background of what we're dealing with here with regards to nutrition. And they have actually highlighted the issues that we're having with nutrition, the implications of not financing our nutrition, and also highlighted some of the options that are out there that we must act on. And of course, the foundation of the president's wife have actually brought out time to bring stakeholders together for us to come to that conclusion, for us to come to that decision that this is something that is worth doing and it is something we want to do. And I want to believe that that is why we have over 400 people here coming to rub minds together and think about how can we move from where we are to where we ought to be in order to make sure that our women, our children actually have adequate nutrition that will permit them to contribute to the society, grow our economy, and grow our human capital, and lead Nigeria to its rightful place in the world with regards to development. So I'll start by very briefly presenting some options that we have, and then I would invite a very rich panel that we have to talk about this, because we must walk the talk. We must move from all these beautiful policies, beautiful things that we've put in place to actually making things happen with regards to changing the narrative for nutrition in Nigeria. So basically, a lot of the background has been provided by previous speakers. So we would want to look at why do we need innovative financing? And then briefly reflect on what are the possible places where the money could come from, and then talk about implications for Nigeria. And this will lead us very neatly into the panel discussions with our distinguished panelists. So of course, just to set the stage, a lot of people have actually spoken to this, that nutrition is a big problem in Nigeria and one that we cannot ignore. We have the second highest burden of stunted children in the world. Olumide has actually highlighted what could happen to our economy, what could happen to our human capital, what could happen to our development because of these stunted children that we have. And it's actually estimated that 2 million children in Nigeria suffer from severe acute malnutrition, but only 2 out of them, out of every 10, is reached with treatment. So what does that tell us? That about 8 of them, 8 out of 10 is left out. What that tells us is that the current financing that we have is not adequate. And in addition to that, it is also not reaching the people who need it most. In addition to severe acute malnutrition, of course, there is a whole gamut of other areas that are not even being addressed. There's a lot of community efforts that needs to happen at the community level as well as the primary healthcare level. And we'll go into some of that very quickly. So this is just a brief snapshot. Some of these have been presented before, just to show us the recommended targets as we're talking about universal health coverage and making gains in development. We can see that Nigeria is not performing very well with regards to some of these targets. We're not spending adequately on health, and the bulk of our spending is out-of-pocket expenditures. Little wonder the poor people who are unable to afford appropriate nutrition are the ones that are suffering the most from malnutrition and actually contributing to these poor health indices that we have in the country. So why are we talking about innovative financing? Like was mentioned earlier, already we have some financing mechanisms in place, but we're still talking about how can we improve on these financing mechanisms, because we've established that it is not enough, one, And secondly, it's not reaching where it needs to reach, and it's not having the effects that it's supposed to have. So when we're talking about innovative financing, we want to improve the already existing financing mechanisms from government as well as from external sources to make sure that we can match the needs that we have in our country. Also, we're expecting innovative financing to catalyze private sector investment as well as investments from other sources. And finally, we're also expecting innovative financing to stimulate efficient use of these mobilized resources. So we're mobilizing resources. Some allocations have been made, some have even been released. But how do we see the impact of these resources that have been mobilized? So we shouldn't just focus on mobilizing additional resources, but making sure that they are efficient in actually addressing these needs that have already been identified. I will not dwell so much on this, but just to say that innovative financing has both health impact as well as economic, social, and political impact. And this has been highlighted by some previous speakers. One of the biggest discussions in the country at the moment is how to grow our human capital. Perhaps one of the most effective ways to do this is to ensure that the health and nutrition sector is actually strengthened. Because if we have those kids who are not growing up with properly developed brains, how can they contribute to development in the country? How can they invent? Other countries are inventing things, growing the economy, growing the industries and all of that. If we have children whose intelligence does not match the intelligence of people from other countries, how do we expect to grow and compete with our peers globally? So, and also just to highlight that every dollar we spend to reduce chronic malnutrition will save at least $30. So it's also cost effective and is saving a lot of money for the government. Now, moving on to the big question that a lot of people are asking, where will the money come from? And I think a lot of this has been discussed in many of the previous speakers who have spoken about some things that are already in place. But notably, to say that there are already existing mechanisms that are in place that we must strengthen to make sure that we achieve the results that we seek. And some of them include domestic resources. So we already have our domestic traditional budget systems at the national level, at the state level. We just saw a brief shot of what was appropriated at the national level. We also have some appropriations at the state level. Some of them may not be adequate. We should also aim to have appropriations at the local government levels because those are the ones that are closest to the people. Then of course, from private sector and other innovative mechanisms. Of course, there are a lot of spending from external sources. Based on what we've seen, there's a lot of dependence on donor funding to fund some of these key nutrition interventions. And we must move away from that because country ownership is critical. No country has actually been able to make lasting impact without country ownership and use of domestic resources. So if we must take away something, domestic resource mobilization is the key area that we must highlight. How do we use our own resources to solve the problems of our own people in a self-reliant manner? And then of course, whatever innovations we're talking about needs to be context appropriate that will work for our society. So this is just to basically say that for us to be able to address this big elephant in the room and close this huge gap with regards to financing that's been highlighted for us in previous presentations, we need a mix of funding mechanisms because just one funding mechanism will not cut it. So we need public financing, very important, from government sources at the national, state, and local government level. Not just having these monies allocated, but having them allocated, having them released, and then strengthening the public financial management processes so that these monies actually get to the point where they're meant to get to the community level, to the primary healthcare level, secondary healthcare level, all the key interventions that we have outlined and we've listened to today. Making sure that these funds, the mechanism for this fund to reach to those mechanisms are actually put in place. And then of course, we're talking about innovative financing. And I really liked what a previous speaker said that innovative financing can actually improve what is already being done. It can be a new mechanism, but but also it can be used to improve what is already there that we have in place, so that we don't keep thinking that, oh, it has to be something entirely new. And then, of course, we have to talk about external financing as well. Now, what are some of the low-hanging fruits? Because you cannot be in water and then you're looking for water. So we have to start with what we have available, and then we can look at what are the other additions that we can bring, because of course, we've established the fact that what we have is not available and we need to get more. So one of them is the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, which of course, a law has been passed, appropriations have been made. And I'm sure that all of us will be happy to know that based on the work that has been done and the level of commitment by the government of Nigeria, both the executive and the legislators, Basic Healthcare Provision Fund is now a statutory deduction. So that means that we're sure of these funds every single year. Now, the good thing to note is that based on efforts, you know, from everyone, partners, government, and all that, nutrition has been included in the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund basic minimum package. And some of the elements that have been included can be seen: promotion of essential nutrients for children, nutritional advice, vitamin A supplementation, as well as management of uncomplicated nutrition. So now that we have the basic healthcare nutrition included in the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, how do we draw down on this? How soon can we begin to see the effect in the communities at the primary healthcare level? And that is why we have distinguished senator here today to speak to us about that. And we'll get to that very shortly in the panel discussion. Another low-hanging fruit is the state health insurance schemes. So many states have set up their state health insurance schemes and have put in their laws that 1% of the consolidated revenue fund would go towards funding the state health insurance schemes. So how do we make sure that nutrition is captured?
You have 1 minute more, ma'am.
Okay, that nutrition is actually captured in the state health insurance schemes to make sure that nutrition benefits. And then, of course, we have to make sure that nutrition is prioritized in government budgets at all levels. Now, what are some of the other innovative mechanisms that have been discussed? Of course, we've been having a lot of conversations around sugar tax, high fat sugar and salt content tax. Some countries, you know, have piloted this in the past, or they are doing this in the past. But I would like us to note Jamaica, which is actually a developing country like us, is able to put in place a sugar tax that they're actually planning to divert towards improvements in the health sector. There are other taxes that people are talking about: financial transaction taxes, diaspora funds, taxing tickets. For instance, if someone is ready to pay 23,000 on an air ticket, I'm sure the person will not mind paying 24,000 naira on the same air ticket. And 1,000 of this could actually go towards health gains, which could include nutrition. So there are a lot of other innovative financing mechanisms that are out there. And when we get to the panel discussion, we'll get to talk about which of these is feasible in the country. One key area with regards to innovative financing is governance. And I was very happy when the Vice President actually outlined some of these government mechanisms that need to be in place. We need these policies. We have some of these policies. We need to move ahead and implement them. Gathering evidence, the Vice President highlighted this, and I loved when he did that. We need evidence to say, this is what we should be spending money on. This is how much money we're raising. This is how much money we need to raise. This is how much we need to spend on this particular priority. Evidence is very important, and this is a governance action. Oversight and accountability.
I'm afraid I'll need to stop you so that
I'm moving to the panel, ma.
Okay, yeah, so that we can move to the panel. But just before we go on the panel, His Excellency the Vice President has graciously agreed to answer every question online. So please go to the Q&A box and send in your questions, and you will get your answers. We need to move quickly so that we can sustain our participants as we move on. And all panelists, please, you have limited time, because 5 minutes maximum to speak, and we would adhere strictly to time. I would just quickly, Dr. Francis, introduce the members of the panel. I'll start with my brother, distinguished Senator Ibrahim Oloriegbe, who is Chairman, Senate Committee on Health, And distinguished Senator Lori Egbe is a medical doctor and a public health expert who has vast experience in implementing nutrition programs at both regional and national levels. Over the past 15 years, distinguished senator has, through his efforts and in collaboration with other colleagues, contributed significantly to the following success stories, among others: the review of Nigeria's National Health Policy, 2004, the publication of the first Nigerian Health Review, 2006, the publication of the Nigerian Health Review, 2007, which provides a comprehensive review of the primary health care in Nigeria 30 years after Alma Mater. The Nigerian National Health Conference 2006, which was a collaborative effort in public-private partnership initiated by the Senate Health Committee and HEFON, which developed a health agenda for Nigeria in the 21st century, with a commitment to disseminating this agenda to stakeholders at all levels of government, development partners, and national non-governmental organizations, national and internationally. He successfully led the process of bidding for the Global Fund New Funding Model Grant for Plan International Liberia, achieving increasing budget from initial $5 million to $12.2 million, and with no conditions attached, unlike the previous grant with 8 conditions. The distinguished senator is also a successful politician. He was elected into the Kwara State House of Assembly in 1999, and the people of Kwara Central Senatorial District overwhelmingly elected Dr. Ibrahim Yaya Oluriegbe as a senator on 23rd February 2019. Is currently the chairman of the Senate Committee on Health. I'd also like to introduce Dr. Faisal Shoaib. He's the executive director of the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency. He's a medical doctor, a public health expert. He was the Senior Program Officer Africa for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation at Seattle, United States of America. At the BMGF, Dr. Shoaib was responsible for developing and implementing strategies on polio outbreak responses activities in Africa. No wonder he's sitting in the office when Nigeria is has been certified polio-free. Prior to joining the foundation, Dr. Shoaib coordinated Nigeria's successful response to the outbreak of Ebola virus disease as the incident manager of the Ebola Emergency Operations Center in 2014. He was a member of the 6-man panel established to assess the response of the World Health Organization to global Ebola outbreak in 2014 and provided technical advice to the Federal Ministry of Health and the National Primary Healthcare Development Agencies in areas of immunization and polio eradication activities between 2012 and 2015. Dr. Shoaib had in the past also worked as a research associate of the University of Alabama at Birmingham. We have Dr. Francis Aminu. He's a development nutrition specialist with more than 25 years of professional and cognitive experience in program management and organizational development in integrating nutrition into food, market, and health systems at the international and national levels. He has worked with major international-based nutrition-focused organizations and Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. Currently, Dr. Aminu is the Director of Health and Nutrition, Aliko Dangote Foundation. He has the overall responsibility for overseeing the delivery of health and nutrition portfolios of the foundation, mainly. I'll also like to introduce Dr. Anne Ene Ada Ogo. He's a public health expert with Christian Aid UK, the Nigerian country program. She is a qualified public health physician with vast program management experience and holds a master's degree from the University of Western Cape, a member of the Global Project Management Institute Project Management certification from APMG, Buckinghamshire, and risk manager. She has attended the prestigious University of Oxford to be certified in cost-benefit analysis and leadership and management from the University of Washington. Dr. Anne Ene Ada Ogo is a highly accomplished solutions-oriented manager with over 16 years of extensive experience in project development and implementation, general research methods, and business consulting, strong record of accomplishment of streamlining organizational processes, health system strengthening activities, procedures, and building strong teams. Well, that's our first panel. That's the outlook of the distinguished and members of this very highly esteemed member of the first panel. And of course, Dr. Francis is still with us, who will moderate this panel. Over to you, Dr. Francis.
Thank you very much, Auntie Moji. So my screen back. Yes, so shortly before we move into the panel, I was actually rounding up to say that we need governance systems in place. We need to make sure that there is notably multi-sectoral collaboration for nutrition. So I think a lot of people probably would mention this later to say that we need to have a multi-sectoral collaboration that will take care of education, that would take care of economic growth, the economic sector, water, social protection, and all of that. And it's good to know that we have this multi-sectoral plan, but the implementation of that plan and making sure that everybody is involved is going to be very important. And then lastly, we're talking about citizens' involvement. So the citizens who we're trying to protect must play a key role. So with that, I think some of the things that we've highlighted here is that for us to move towards innovative financing, we must prioritize government budgets at all levels, make sure they are appropriated, released, and used effectively. We must ensure multi-sectoral collaboration to make sure that everybody is working together. And then we must make sure that we have results for all the investments that we're making. And with that, I would like to lead us into the panel discussion. Moji has actually highlighted the distinguished panelists that we have on this platform. And I don't think they need any further introduction, but just to say that they are people who are highly accomplished and have contributed a lot to the growth that we've seen in Nigeria, including advancements in primary healthcare, as well as the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund. So I would like to start with you, distinguished Senator Oloriegbe. We've actually heard about all the necessary appropriations that we need to make for nutrition and how we need to ramp up the money and the funds that we appropriate for nutrition, both at the national level as well as the state level. We also know that you play a very big role with regards to legislative network for universal health coverage, where legislators at both the national and state level come together to develop a legislative agenda. So could you reflect a little bit with us with regards to how are you using your statutory functions of legislature, appropriation, oversight, and accountability, especially the functions of appropriation and oversight, to make sure that there is adequate appropriation for nutrition at all levels, and that there is oversight to make sure that it reaches the community levels where it needs to go. Distinguished Senator.
Thank you very much. Sister Moji and distinguished participants, good afternoon. Because of time, I stand on existing protocol. Thank you, Francis, for the question. Let me start to say that it's quite unfortunate of what is happening with the RETF fund, because when we were considering the 2020 budget, deliberately we tried to ring fence and protect the 800 million allocation. Because if you look at 2019 budget, it was only 300 million that was allocated. However, we were able to secure that 800 million to be in the budget. However, it's unfortunate because of COVID-19 and the review of the budget, that amount was removed in the proposal sent to us by the executive. It was stated from the budget office and finance that that's one part of the savings they are making from the health sector to be able to take care of COVID-19 intervention. However, I want to report to that all hopes are not lost. I think the stakeholders of the sector, of the nutrition sector, will still lobby particularly the executive, to get the funding for RUTF from service-wide vote, as it may be impossible to have a supplementary budget, because by the time we resume in September, we're expecting the 2021 budget to be presented. However, the 2020 budget presentation will still be going on. So I think that's the number one point I want to make. The second one, specifically about the oversight. Of course, we are aware that the majority of the money that nutrition can benefit from will come from the basic healthcare provision fund. And we've been able to use our oversight to get the manual that will drive the implementation of basic health provision fund to be reviewed and be positioned in such a way that we have effective implementation. We're also primed, particularly using the Legislative Network for Universal Health Coverage initiative, to work together both at the National and State Assembly to develop monitoring tools that will be used at the national, state, and local government level to monitor the implementation. We intend in the next few weeks to finalize that tool. Specifically, we want to look, based on the manual, how our funding release from the CBN to the various pathways, and then we want to see what are there any bottlenecks between the pathways and the state. And more at the state level, we have to work more with the state legislators on their monitoring the two pathways in their states. So I hope with this, we'll be able to effectively monitor what is happening with the Basic Intervention Fund. But overall, as legislator and as Committee on Health, we work very effectively with the Federal Minister of Health on monitoring budget and be able to address any bottlenecks that they have in terms of release and in terms of pushing the fund down to the states or to various agencies. To allow for other questions, let me stop at that now. Francis, are you there? I think the admin should unmute Francis.
Francis, you're muted, please.
She's not speaking. Hello?
Yes, I hold on, sir. Francis will come back on.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Francis, please can you unmute yourself? You've been granted access.
She's still, okay,
Hello.
yes. Hello, go ahead.
Hello, yeah, sorry for the technical glitch. So thank you so much, distinguished Senator, for that. And I think it gladdens the heart of everyone here to hear that you're making all efforts to make sure that the RUTF funds are brought back. So at this point, I would like to move to the Executive Secretary of NPHCDA, Dr. Faisal Shuaibu, to talk about the distinguished senator has spoken about all the measures that are being put in place to make sure that there is improved appropriations towards nutrition and health, as well as that the BACPF is implemented. Now, could you tell us, based on your role in national primary healthcare, how you're working with states, including the state primary healthcare agencies, as well as the governments, to make sure that the money that is appropriated for nutrition is released, and that when it's released, it's actually spent efficiently. It gets down to the grassroots, to the community level, to the primary healthcare level, where the bulk of the interventions are needed.
Yes, thank you very much, Francis. Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, Professor Osinbajo, Your Excellency, the wife of Mr. President, ably represented by Her Excellency, the wife of the Vice President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, please permit me to rest on already established protocol. This webinar is really very critical in our drive to really change the tide in terms of the negative indicators we have for nutrition in Nigeria. And for us at the Federal Ministry of Health and the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, we're particularly privileged and honored that at this time in our lifetime, we have the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, which is really an innovative mechanism that increases the fiscal space in terms of funding required for primary health care. It is as a result of the deep collaboration between the executive and the legislative arm that we've been able to appropriate these funds, and these funds are now available. At the agency, the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund is set up in a way that ensures the implementation of what we call the Decentralized Facility Financing, DFF, such that once the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund comes to the NPHCDA gateway, we, within 72 hours, actually send these funds directly to the health facility, so that it now removes a situation of the past where funds are released for programs, but they remain at the level of the national or Abuja level, with a high propensity for diversion of these funds to other programs or non-implementation of the programs the way they are meant to. But by ensuring that these funds go directly to the health facility, then they will be utilized for preventive, for promotional interventions around nutrition, but also for managing mild to severe anemia. So once these funds get to the health facilities, through the framework provided by the National Health Insurance Scheme and the State Health Insurance Scheme, there's purchase of these services. These services now make it possible for mild to moderate cases of nutrition to be managed at the level of the primary healthcare and the community level. Because of the engagement we have with the states, the local government and the primary healthcare services, we've been able to now articulate a very comprehensive document, the Basic Healthcare Provision Manual, that sets out very clearly all of the governance issues, how we can ensure accountability in the utilization of the funds. So there is a monitoring mechanism that ensures that when the funds get to the primary healthcare centers, that they are used in line with what was really envisioned in the letter and the spirit of the 2014 Health Act. But beyond that as well, you may recall that in 2018, President Muhammadu Buhari actually launched what we call the Community Health Influencers, Promoters and Services Program, the CHIPS program, which is really an army of community-based health workers who are the link between the communities, the households, and the primary healthcare centers, making sure that even at the level of the household, now you have healthcare workers that have been trained to talk to mothers, fathers, guardians on how they can promote early breastfeeding and ensure exclusive breastfeeding, right? Making sure that mothers understand what nutrition is about and they are able to choose the right food for their under 5 kids. And also identifying when there are danger signs that requires the child to be referred to the primary healthcare centers, or as the case may be, to the secondary health care centers. So all of this is happening at a time where the resources are being provided, the human resources at the level of the community are also being engaged. And of course, very importantly, we're also doing that communication with traditional leaders, religious leaders, to get a better understanding of how nutrition is important in the lives of all community members. So I want to assure you that for us at the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, we're going to be very mindful of how these resources are being utilized at the primary healthcare level. We're going to make sure that we don't continue having the same storyline about a lack of funding. Yes, a lack of funding is a huge issue, but even for the quantum of funds that have been provided, how have we been able to use it in a way that is prudent and in a way that really matches our aspirations for Nigeria. Clearly, there's a need for us to expand the space. The basic healthcare provision fund will not be enough. We need more funding from the private sector. This is why it is important for us to advocate. It is important for government to provide policies that will unlock the market, the market and the private sector as far as the health sector is concerned. But really, we look forward to a situation in the future where Nigerians will be able to make rapid gains due to increased funding, due to increased awareness around some of the challenges that we face with respect to nutrition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ES, for those excellent points with regards to how we can actually promote nutrition interventions at the primary healthcare level. Another very key opportunity is that the state health insurance schemes. Is the NPHCDA doing anything to work with the state level through the Nigerian Governors Forum and other platforms and the state health insurance schemes to make sure that nutrition is also adequately captured in state health insurance?
Yeah, absolutely. Because of the inherent relationship that we share with the National Health Insurance Scheme, the state health insurance schemes have also been part of the conversations around developing the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund guidelines. Through the platform of the Nigeria Governors Forum, we've been able to really reach out to the states, to the commissioners of health, the state primary healthcare board, and also the state health insurance agencies to make sure that there's adequate provision in their budgets to purchase these services. Like I mentioned earlier, the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund is catalytic, and I know that there is a move by the National Assembly to even expand beyond the 1% of the consolidated revenue fund that it is right now. But really, this is the first time that we're seeing the executive and the legislature really working together in the same direction, recognizing the gaps that exist. But there is a very, very deep relationship that exists between NPHCDA and the state level. So for example, we've now started in the last 2 to 3 years, a regular quarterly meeting between the national level and the state level to look at their indicators, to monitor all of the the outcomes of the interventions that they are supposed to be rolling out. And because of the relationship we have with the Governors Forum, we're able to hold state level actors accountable for their actions. So it is very clear to people who lead the state health insurance agencies and the state primary healthcare boards that if they are not performing to the level that Nigerians really desire, where we hold them accountable and we discuss with the governors and say, yes, you have appointed this man to do this work, but he's not delivering at the level that really matches the aspirations of all Nigerians. But it is a relationship that we're building. It is a relationship that is not really who is the boss and subordinate, but a collaborative relationship that really focuses on how we can deliver nutrition and other primary healthcare services to all Nigerians.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm holding on to collaboration. And with that, I would like to move on to Dr. Ann. Dr. Ann, please, could you share your experience with us? So you've been in this field for a long time. A lot of things have been tried in the past. A lot of innovative mechanisms have been tried in the past. Could you share with us some of the lessons from some of the things that have been tried and failed or succeeded in the past? And now that we're talking about new innovations, including the chips that can go into communities, including the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, state health insurance schemes, making sure we have efficiency and all that. What are the lessons that we need to take moving forward? What are the things we must do differently this time? Dr. Ann.
Thank you very much, Dr. Frances, and all protocols duly observed. It's my honor to be here this afternoon to share some of the experiences that we have programming in Nigeria around nutrition. I work across Africa, and I would like to share here that the challenges with Nigeria is not too different from the challenges across several of the countries in Africa. So that's just laying a background to what many of the presenters have shared here this afternoon. Some of the lessons that we need to learn or that we have learned over the years programming around nutrition and other health interventions in Nigeria is the fact that for sustainable innovative financing to happen, you need to have a framework in place, and a framework where all the actors have an idea as to what our goals are. And that framework has to be a living document that all the multi-sectoral actors will continue to engage with from time to time. When we do have that roadmap that people engage with as a living document that provides a guide for everyone to work in, then you have an idea as to what we want to do, how much we need in terms of finances, and what financing mechanisms are available to ensure that these projects are sustainable, to also ensure that these projects respond to the needs of the people in the communities that we're targeting. When we're talking about bringing financing on board, we need to know that resources are limited. And because resources are limited, we need to prioritize. When we prioritize, we need to also ensure that there's equity in terms of distribution. We're going to where the needs are greatest, and that we're going to where people have specific needs, and we're responding to real needs and not perceived needs. We also need to demonstrate that we understand that it's not a one-size-fits-all. So in terms of financing, when we're talking innovation, we will need to also be looking at the issues around flexibility in terms of designing a program that's not a one-size-fits-all. In terms of nutrition, we need to look in the various communities. Their needs are diverse in Nigeria as the communities are diverse. So we need to be sure that we're responding to these needs in these communities. We also need to be in the place where we carry community members along. So community members understand our program, they interact with the program, they give us a feedback, and we're ready to support or to change our programming approach to respond to how communities want these projects to happen. That's one of the surest ways of ensuring that even though you have funding, that the funding is actually producing results. Another thing that I think is also important is the need for that central collaboration led by the government at the center. That's very, very key. And I know that we do have strategic frameworks in place. And this strategic framework, what I think needs to be the next step is for government to remain in the driving seat to coordinate all of the multi-sectoral actors to make sure that we are speaking to the same needs, because the beneficiaries ultimately are Nigerians. So that central coordinating framework needs to be in place, and it has to be very strong. It has to be very vocal, and it has to be able to bring all of the actors to the table. Thank
you very much, Dr.
To understand, okay, just one last point, that we are collaborating and we're not in competition, which means we need to harness each other's potentials to be able to holistically respond to the needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ann, for those excellent contributions. And I would like to move very quickly, for want of time, to Dr. Aminu. So Dr. Aminu, you have a great experience in the private sector. So could you share with us, and we've been talking about stimulating private sector investments in health and in nutrition. What do you think is attractive to the private health, to the private sector that would make them invest more in nutrition? And what would you think they would like to see in terms of accountability and efficiency? Dr. Aminu, please.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. This is really quite interesting for us. And Your Excellency, permit me to just observe the already laid down protocol. The first thing the private sector needs, which we all know that we normally provide in any climb, is that of incentives. Private sectors need incentives to be able to actually participate.
And we all know that incentives will always motivate individuals to perform an action. Incentives can include financial, it can include moral, it can include even coercive, and then natural or intrinsic. And that's why I've listened to other speakers. They've actually, everybody has been saying there must be a framework. And what do we mean by that framework? Framework that will provide either regulatory, legislative, and then even the funding mechanisms, that kind of a framework. Incentives are structures that are very central to the future of economics. We all know this, and are very described as the interaction between a principal, the person who is applying the incentives, and the agent that is receiving the incentives. Having said that, I think there are so many that we have all experienced all over the world concerning financial incentive mechanism, mainly. And they are out there. But one thing we have not done and we need to do is to provide this financial incentive mechanism as they are applied to different levels of implementation. We have those that are applied to the national, we have those that are applied to the subnational. So you don't use the same from the federal to the subnational level, even to the health facility. It calls for different financial incentive mechanisms. I think we need more time to actually look at these various ones. And that's why you will see a private sector coming in to support health, will decide to choose what it wants to do and go to that level and begin to operate, because it calls for different incentive mechanisms to actually be able to do that. And we have a lot of case studies and examples, like the current multi-donor trust fund that we're having with the World Bank for the acceleration of nutrition results in Nigeria. ANRIN project is a very typical one, but it's at the national level. You can't apply that to the state level or to the local government area level and all the rest. Then we have ANRIN that is being applicable to both national and local, but rather than going further than that. But on all this, private sectors would like to have a kind of, what they are saying is, provide the environment for me. And what do we mean by that environment? That will be conducive for me to actually carry out my business. You see, one thing we need to understand with the issue of nutrition and the multifactorial nature of nutrition is that there are different sectors carrying out a lot of things. And we need to really help them to carry this out efficiently in such a way that it will lead to improved nutrition. Not that you are actually converting a sector to become a nutrition sector. No. And we have to do that. And investors are looking for that ways. Where can I invest? But at the end of the day, that investment we are talking about will lead to productivity, but I can't wait for that too long, that will lead to my own profitability as well. So how do we then do that? There is a kind of what we call development impact bond that is now accepted globally, which was derived from social impact bond. World Bank has tested this in so many countries. And this is where you have various roles along that path, because it's more of multi-sector. Sorry, I think I was muted. So everybody must come to the table in a development impact bond in such a way that brings something to the table. We have the outcome of the whole experience being funded, but investors are willing to put in of the capital to fund the social programs and development partners, or that we still have around, repay this initial investment, sometimes with a return, once outcomes are achieved. And I can see that in part as part of what the NPACDA has adopted for the basic healthcare provision fund that is in place. But what I just want to say is that private sectors are not just to contribute towards the funding. but they are the upper stream as an upper stream actor, but they like to be involved clearly in the downstream accountability and governance framework of that service delivery that needs to take place. That's really the key message here. So that will always motivate. And when we talk of accountability, I can give someone my fund from the national. To what extent is there going to be any delay in transfer of funds or mismanagement and diversion of funds? What will happen? All those structures need to form part of the framework that we're talking about. And issue of data management to give me feedback and the preparedness of even local government authorities to be able to manage the fund themselves. So we all know in Nigeria, for instance, that federal government provides the state governments with policy, direction, and funding, but state governments still have the autonomy over how funds are allocated and how health services are carried out. So in lieu of that, I think there is a need for a coordination of both the provision that we're having from the public and that of the private sector to be able to actually achieve that. Thank you. Hello, I can't hear you again. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Dr. Francis, over to you.
Okay. Can you? I observed that the moderator was speaking, but I couldn't. I was just reading her lip, but I don't know what.
Hello, Dr. Francis, are you online?
Yes, I'm online. Can you hear me?
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Francis. We are very grateful for your contribution. Now, we would like to introduce Mrs. Nelson. Mrs. Nelson, are you online? Mrs. Nelson?
Hello, admin.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make a last point before we round up.
All right,
distinguished senator. Less than 1 minute.
All right, sir.
I listened to the moderator at the beginning and what has been presented so far. I think one of what I will see as a resolution of this conference is for us to agree on a specific funding mechanism for nutrition that will be multi-sectorial and that will look at public-private. And I want to suggest a kind of establishment of a Nigeria fund for nutrition that will work like many global mechanisms that look at specific subjects.
We must agree on.
Hello, can I continue?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir. You're giving us a suggestion.
I want to submit that currently what we have and the focus has been to look at the budgetary allocation either to the health sector for nutrition specific or look at what are the government budgetary allocation to other non-specific nutrient intervention. But I want a situation where we have, from the multi-sectoral perspective, a public-private funding mechanism where we'll be able to guarantee the government sector, but we'll have a better coordination of what is coming from the private sector. I think we can work on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very timely suggestion. I'm sure CISLAC has taken note of that, and that will go into the communique that will be coming out at the end of this conference. So thank you very much to the first panel. We're very grateful. Because of time, we'd like to move on to the next paper presentation by Mrs. Unduka Chito Nelson. She's going to talk to us about the National Multi-Sectorial Plan of Action for Food and Nutrition, the funding requirements. So this has been alluded to all day. Mrs. Nelson, if you're online, kindly take the mic.
Thank you very much. While we're waiting for her to take the mic, may I please just stress that we need to adhere to the time allotted. I know that the issue is a burning one, but we please, so that we can all have time to make our presentation.
All right, Mrs. Nelson, please, you can unmute yourself and take the mic, please. Over to you, Mrs. Nelson.
Hello?
Hello, yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Good afternoon. His Excellency, the Vice President and Chair, National Council on Nutrition, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, Her Excellency, the wife of the President, Mrs. Aisha Buhari, founder of Aisha Buhari Foundation. I'm ably represented by Her Excellency, Mrs. Osinbajo, Executive Governors here present, Honorable Ministers, distinguished senators, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chito Nelson. I work for the Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning. And I'll be speaking on the topic, National Multi-Sectoral Plan of Action for Food and Nutrition Funding Requirements. I have a brief presentation outline. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the brief presentation outline, introduction, multi-sectoral plan of action for nutrition, the purpose, the priority areas covered by the plan, budget requirements, role of governance structure, appreciation and prayers, and conclusion. Next slide, please. Yeah, nutrition plays a very important role in the life of an individual, the community, as well as the nation. The first 1,000 days of life from conception to age 2 is very critical to the individual, because this is the period when the foundation for optimum health, growth, and neural development across the lifespan are established. At the national level, nutrition is the bedrock for human capital development, and this is why these days countries clamor to develop gray matter infrastructure as well as the social infrastructure. The World Bank studies have shown that an investment in $1 into stunting reduction will yield a return of $10 in economic returns. The federal government has also signed and committed.
Technical glitches. I was speaking, I was trying to stop the speaker, but nobody could hear me. Really?
Is there any problem?
No, ma, please continue. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I was speaking. I could.
Please continue.
The federal government has committed to the implementation of the SDG, and we know that nutrition is covered under SDG 2, which is zero hunger. Under this goal, government at all levels are urged to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. As part of creating an enabling environment, Nigerian government in 2006 approved the National Policy on Food and Nutrition. And this policy was launched by Her Excellency, the wife of the President, Dr. Mrs. Aisha Buhari. Economic Recovery and Growth Plan 2017 to 2020 gave strong impetus and commitment to government to invest in nutrition. And within the current plan that is being developed by the Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, the medium-term development plan 2021 to 2025, the one of 2020-2026, and the agenda 2050, nutrition will be well featured because already there's a technical working group working on the thematic area, health and nutrition. Next slide. I won't dwell much on this because the statistics of what the situation in Nigeria has been given. So what is the goal of the National Multi-Sectoral Plan of Action? The goal has been removed. But this is a description of the plan. It's a 5-year plan developed using multi-sectoral approach. It's a guide to the implementation of national policy on food and nutrition, and a roadmap for prioritized yearly activities for all sectors. Next slide. So the purpose of this plan is to facilitate resource mobilization, and it will be a useful tool for anybody that wants to advocate for nutrition. And it sets out what it will cost the federal government to fund nutrition on a yearly basis. Next slide. So some cost categories contained in the plan, in the National Multi-Sectoral Plan, are the nutrition-specific interventions, the scientific interventions, and governance. And all these have been handled by the previous speakers. The specific interventions are those that impact directly to nutrition, and those that are nutrition sensitive are those that addresses underlying causes of nutrition. And the nutrition governance deals with issues around enabling environment, policy issues, and coordination. Next slide. That have been addressed: diversification, exclusive breastfeeding, treatment of severe acute malnutrition, and others. Next slide. Next slide. So these are nutrition-sensitive interventions. These are interventions that indirectly affect nutrition. As simple as hand washing is, it's thought of and it's very practical, and it will help reduce the rate of malnutrition, because when there's when germs are introduced into the body, it causes infection, and when there's infection, there's low absorption of nutrients, there's high catabolic incidences in the body, and due to poor dietary intake, the child becomes seriously malnourished. So these are the activities that are covered under nutrition-sensitive interventions, and it has been dealt on. We know that the education of the girl child or the education of the mother will help improve care, food and nutrition security, enhancing caregiving capacity, enhancing the provision of quality health services, improving capacity to address food and nutrition security, and resource allocation for food and nutrition security. Next slide. The next slide will show us the estimated cost of implementing the National Multi-Sectoral Plan of Action for the 5 years. Next. So looking at this slide, we can see that the priority area, enhancing the provision of quality health services, is taking up to 40% of the total cost of 65 billion that is meant to implement this plan. And issues around nutrition governance is just taking only 1.4%. Next slide. I've been asked to move because of time. Next slide, please. So on the priority area, enhancing quality of nutrition, please, can I discuss this next slide? Please go back. Please, can I discuss the next slide?
Yes, please go on, ma'am.
Okay. The cost of implementing this priority area is about 25 billion. And out of this amount, the procurement of RUTF will be taking about 49% of the cost. When we look at the slide, the child that we are seeing in the picture is suffering from severe acute malnutrition. Next slide. So this is nutrition governance framework. At the top of it, we have the National Council on Nutrition that is in the office of the Vice President, and the council is the highest decision-making body on food and health, and they coordinate, this committee coordinates food and nutrition activities in the country. In similar vein, we have the State Committee on Food and Nutrition. Next slide. Thank you.
All right, Mrs. Nelson, is that the end of your presentation?
It's not the end. They said I should stop speaking.
All right, okay. I'm sure you'll be able to take on some of the issues at the
So
panel
if I'm allowed to
discussion.
continue, can I finish this slide?
One minute, ma, just 1 minute. Mrs. Nelson, use 1 minute to round up, please.
Okay, for the role of governance structure in the implementation of the National Multi-Sectoral Plan, we want, there's need for ownership and endorsement of the plan, because if the plan is not owned and endorsed, implementation will not start. So mobilization of funds within traditional sources and the innovative mechanism, as we have been discussed here, is also important for the implementation of the plan. Most MDAs do not have budget lines, and it should be good for MDAs to have budget implement this plan. Monitoring, evaluation, and accountability and learning framework that will guide all sectors to. Next slide, and the last. Next slide. Okay, this is just a prayer and appreciation to the foundation. We thank the foundation for making nutrition visible, and we urge the foundation to increase its intervention 5 states of Kano, Katsina, Jigawa, same in other states. Can I have my conclusion? Conclusion. Conclusion.
Thank you. We thank you, ma'am. We would ensure that we share your intervention. Well, we are moving on straight to our next presenter, and we'll be speaking on the impact of COVID-19 on nutrition in Nigeria and the implications for financing. Do we have our? Let me just check on where we are. Sorry. Yes,
No,
our
the
next,
second.
sorry about that. It's on National Multi-Sectoral Plan for Action for Food and Nutrition funding requirements. We'll now ask Dr. Tochukwu Nwachukwu, who is the moderator for this particular panel, and I hear he's very ready to take on. So let me quickly just introduce him, and he would introduce members of the panel. Dr. Tochukwu Nwachukwu is an economist, public policy expert, and chief executive officer of the Pristine Consults, a research and management consultancy based in Abuja. He had variously served as special assistant
Can Moji unmute herself, please? Mrs. Makanjuola, can you unmute yourself?
All right, Dr. Tochukwu, if you're ready.
I'd like to bring on Dr. Tochukwu.
Okay, thank you very much, Auntie Moji. The second panel is on unraveling the barriers to adequate financing for nutrition. And I think the paper presentation by Mrs. Nelson has actually prepared the ground for this interesting discussion. I'll very quickly introduce the panels. We have a panel of 4 distinguished persons. The first is His Excellency Alhaji Mohammed Inuwa Yahaya, Executive Governor of Gombe State, ably represented by Dr. Ishaku Mohammed, Special Advisor on Budget Planning and Development Partner Coordination to the Governor of Gombe State. Dr. Ishaku was the head of Conditional Grant Scheme of the federal government. A veterinarian by profession, he has helped guide agricultural research and planning in Nigeria for over a decade. He's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative, West Africa, and a member of the Aspen Global Leadership Network. You're welcome, Dr. Mohammed.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mohammed, okay, thank you. The second member of the panel is Dr. Meiro Mandara. She is a senior fellow at Children's Investment Fund Foundation, CIF, and a fellow of the Faculty of Public Health, Royal College of Physicians, UK. She is an obstetrician and gynecologist with extensive knowledge and experience in strategic planning and implementation of health and social transformation initiatives in reproductive and maternal child health. She also possesses strong experience and expertise in family planning at national and community levels. Dr. Mandara has extensive knowledge and experience in health systems strengthening. Dr. Mandara, you're welcome. Is Dr. Mandara with us? Okay, I'll go quickly to the third panelist. And we have Dr. Victor Ajero, who is a public health nutritionist, currently working with the Gates Foundation as a senior program officer on the Africa team. His major program areas include maternal, infant, and young child nutrition, large-scale food fortification, primary health care, the agriculture nutrition interface, and nutrition data policy and financing. Prior to joining the foundation, Victor worked as the senior advisor on food security and nutrition to the Honorable Minister of Agriculture for Nigeria, where he helped develop the first nutrition strategy for the agriculture sector in Nigeria. Victor is passionate about leadership and innovations for sustainable development. You're welcome, Dr. Ajero. And lastly, we have Dr. Nelson, Mrs. Ndokachito Nelson, who had earlier made a presentation on the National Multisectoral Plan of Action for Food Nutrition, looking at the funding requirements. So you're all welcome to this panel. And of course, going through your profiles, you all are well qualified to be on this panel. I'll go very quickly to Dr. Ishaku Mohammed, the Special Advisor on Budget and Planning to the Gombe State Governor. Dr. Mohammed, Gombe State has impressively done relatively well in terms of allocation and releases of funding for nutrition over the last couple of years. Could you please share some lessons which will be useful to other states in terms of how your state has been able to sustain funding for nutrition despite the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the resultant significant fall in your state's revenue?
Well, thank you very much,
Well, I will sit or stand or fly on the existing protocol. Your Excellency, the Vice President and the representative of the First Lady and Aisha Buhari Foundation. I'm very privileged to be here. And I will say that over the past couple of years, yes, we have made allocations very, very robustly to the nutrition sector. However, challenges have been, as you people may be aware, with regards to releases, because sometimes what normally happens is that you have line items in the budget, and I call them the usual suspect. You populate them with resources, but you have no intention to release. So what has happened is that the statistics that we have been availed with upon coming onto government by Alhaji Muhammadu Inoyaya was now to look at these statistics and ensure that the statistics are a call to action. For instance, anybody that is looking at saying 2 million children suffer from severe acute malnutrition, and 2 out of 8 of that are only able to access treatment. And also to note that 7% of women suffer from this. But with regards to context, Gombe is in the middle of the northeastern Nigeria. There is currently an insurgency around 3 states of the region, Borno, Adamawa, and Yobe, but we're bordering all of them. So what we have had over time is the fact that people inflow into Gombe, but we don't have camps. What we do have are people getting into the communities, and because of that, the atrocious statistics that we have with regards to nutrition and other public health indices actually become exacerbated. And that is why, right from the beginning, we declared a state of emergency in the health sector. And second, the creation of the office that I had, Budget Planning and Development Partner Coordination Office, actually provided a platform to coordinate all activities of partners that are engaged in different sectors, particularly those that are engaged inside the health sector and also nutrition. What that has done is that, one, helped to optimize resources. Two, provided us information to know exactly what our commitments are with regards to leveraging additional resources to be able to fund the budget. And in addition, we are very, very, very serious converts, not converts actually, we are also advocates of the primary healthcare under one roof. And we have been releasing resources consistently, and we thank the Governors Forum because they provided a platform of a sort of performance for results. Even during COVID-19, when you had that already we were at the bottom, second to the last in terms of revenue allocation, we're only, I think, competing with Ekiti with regards to the lowness of revenue. But fortunately, we have been able to now keep, we have been able to maintain a strong governance that ensures that most of this resource that we have gets to the right area. But what we also have experienced during the COVID period is that we meticulously and assiduously, consistently followed what the guidelines were with regards to the review of the budget in alignment with what the national, the federal government has done, and with regards to setting key aspirations. As a result of that, the amount of money that is allocated for the health sector, which is a priority, has been increased, and also the amount of money that is allocated to agriculture and education. You will note that during the lockdown period, Gombe, if you look at poverty statistics, you find that our poverty level is very, very high. So, but during the lockdown period, we were faced with a dilemma. Number one, how do you sustain livelihoods in the midst of lockdown? Already you have an atrocious statistic. You have people that survive day to day. So how do you now continue consistently ensure that these people survive? Because no government, and I reiterate, there is no government in the world that can be able to now say that they are able to cater with palliatives for all their populations, only a proportion of that population. So what we have done is to ensure that we decided to look at the time that people normally aggregate and put a curfew in place, and also ensure that we have measures in place that ensures that we do not endanger our food security, and also allow our health sector personnel to be able to do what they are supposed to be able to do. So that's what we have been doing. But we have also been consistently learning from our other states. Wherever there's best practice, Gombe will go there to learn from others like Kaduna and most recently Borno. But most importantly, what is making allocations very inconsistent from my experience and from our experience is the fact that there is no plan. So we are in the process right now of preparing a 10-year development plan that has SDGs as at the heart of it, and with nutrition, strategically focused, so that we are now at Gombe today. We want to now know what we will make provisions for what Gombe should be tomorrow and down the line. And we will legislate it to ensure that at least at the end of the day, people are carried along to do all this. So this is basically what we're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed. Obviously, it's clear that with the setting up of the donor coordination office, which you had, and I hope the state is also in the process of developing a donor coordination framework that
absolutely.
All,
we have a
donors
guideline
to ensure that whatever they're doing is in tandem with the state development plan. Thank you very much once again. I'll go quickly to Dr. Nehru Mandara. Dr. Mandara, given your vast experience in health system strengthening, what role would you say nutrition policy and strategic planning play in nutrition budgeting and financing? And then also related to this, how can progress in financing be measured and different parties held accountable for their communities? And here we're talking of national, state, and local governments. Dr. Mandara, please.
Thank you very much. And it's such a pleasure to be part of this work. Can you hear me? It looks like you're struggling to hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you. So thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be part of this important discussion, and it was even a greater pleasure to hear the presentation by His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. Now, for me, of course, to say the role that has been played by this work of different partners and different groups is to actually have an understatement. And the best way we saw that happening was actually during the election, when they were able to actually put nutrition on the agenda, even during the election when people were working around election and so on and so forth. But for me, the crucial thing that we need to pay attention to now that we have attention are the issue of accountability and staying the course. As you saw, we just took our eyes off the plate for a few seconds, and suddenly the budget for nutrition is up. So it's one thing to get funds allocated, but the work is never ended until the funds are released, and they're released to the right agency in total as published, and then the nutrition things that it was meant for, either it is advocacy, it is education, it is RUTF, is purchased and is implemented and is evaluated. Until such a state where we reach the state of evaluation, we have not finished the job. And I'll give you an example here. Last year, we all rallied around the federal government and we got the federal government to give money for nutrition. The states, there was a big advocacy for the states to give money for RUTF. Children Investment Fund Foundation gave money for RUTF. All these monies were put together. There was a match with Children's Investment Fund Foundation, a matching amount. So hundreds and hundreds of millions were put forward for RUTF. But we spent so much time celebrating. Nobody as of now, as of this morning when I asked, how much of that RUTF has been supplied by UNICEF? Nobody could answer the question for me. Where is the RUTF? Some of the monies were released in November, December. It takes about 6 months. Where is the RUTF for the money that was given by the Nigerian government, by the Nigerian state, and by Children Investment Fund Foundation? Now, these are questions that civil society must keep their eyes on, asking the Ministry of Health and asking UNICEF. And then when they say that this is the record of the nutrition or the RUTF that has been bought, where is it right now? Is it in the sea? Is it in Lagos for clearance? Is it in the store in Lagos? Has it been distributed to the states? And has it reached the children? Our job is not done until every single container of sachet of RUTF we have bought is in the stomach of a child. So for me, we've just done a quarter of the job. I'm saying this so that we can begin to hold ourselves accountable. So even civil society, we need to hold ourselves accountable. I've been experienced where we went to Allah and said, can you give more money for RUTF? He said, I haven't decided the RUTF the last money I get. So should I do? So if we're going to be a case on behalf of children, we need to pay attention to this. So that's one. The second, we also need to pay attention to and make sure we have strong systems to prevent more children from getting severe malnutrition. Getting children, I heard Olumide discussing about the nutrition first 1,000 years. We have to also put our eyes on prevention. And the issue of prevention is not about government money, it's about accountability by us parents, it's about accountability by Ministry of Agriculture, it's about accountability by traditional leaders, it's about accountability by religious leaders, it's accountability by women to ensure that children get what they need. It's accountability by sources. So this is about government. This is about us as human beings, members of this society, doing things. And I was extremely happy with His Excellency Professor Osinbajo, again talking about the centrality of girls' education. In the long run, we have to stop this vicious cycle of malnutrition. And the best that has been shown to stop this vicious cycle of malnutrition is ensuring that women have good education. Unfortunately, it's not basic education. It's not completion of junior secondary school. It's completion of senior secondary school. By the time girls finish senior secondary school age 19 or so, they know their left from their right. They know how to feed children properly. They know how to use contraception when they don't need to have children. Above all, they can make informed decisions. So for
Thank
me,
you very much.
Accountability at personal level, government level,
Thank you very much, Dr.
national
Meru.
level.
We've heard you well, the need for monitoring and evaluation, as well as the need for strong systems in order to prevent children from falling into malnutrition. Thank you very much once again for that wonderful intervention. Because of lack of time, we'll go very quickly to our third panelist, who is Dr. Victor Ajero. Dr. Victor, from your position as both a donor and an implementer, what would you say are the major challenges that we face in Nigeria to scaling up financing to nutrition? And then also related to this, how can coordination among different stakeholder groups, and by this I mean government, private sector, donors, civil society, how can coordination among all the stakeholder groups influence funding and accountability? Dr. Victor, we can't hear you. Are you muted? No, you're not muted, but we can't hear you actually. We still can't hear you. Is it possible to just speak directly to the computer? Let's see if that would be better.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, great. Very quickly, studying on the existing protocol, saying that the level of visibility we're having at this point in time. Can you hear me now? Is it okay? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a very great step in the right direction in addressing some of the issues and barriers we have to unlocking more resources for nutrition. But very quickly, because of time, I think things I see that we can attend to and address to unlock more resources is number one, I think we have some job to be done in better shaping the nutrition narrative. That's one big part of that, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. We need to shape the narrative in a way that it really helps us to unlock more resources. A lot is already going on. Our government is already up to that. There's a lot of understanding and appreciation. We have the National Nutrition Council chaired by the Vice President who have several policies, as some of them are costed. We have the Nigerian Governors Forum, living up to and prioritizing nutrition. We have budgets increasing in states over time, but there's a lot that can still be done. And shaping the narrative is quite crucial. We have the Enrain project, historic 225 or 235. We've never had that before, but there's still a lot that can be done. I'll talk a little bit more about that. But to your other point, we need to also improve the quality of our partnerships and collaboration. And I'm happy you mentioned that it's come up a little bit. And that's other one thing that will be quite useful to look into. And then we also need to address some basic technicalities and processes around shaping sectoral priorities and things around taxonomy and all that. Those will be quite things we need to look at. And then how do we better support the private sector and also leverage more private sector resources? The VP was glad to say budget is important, but we also need to look at beyond the budget of the government. And then how do we get ruthless about execution? This is also very crucial if we have to unlock resources. And how do we harness the power of evidence, data and evidence a little bit more? So let me just take a little bit more before my time runs out on better shaping the narrative, which is quite useful. And one way around this is about what is that narrative that will give nutrition more attention that it's receiving in the midst of a number of competing priorities. And secondly, how best do we ensure that we don't pursue nutrition as a freestanding objective, but we see it as a part of broader initiatives. Once we get that right in building the narrative, that really helps in locking out resources. There are very, helping decision makers and policy makers a little bit more on the real consequences of nutrition. Like I said, it's happening already, but it needs to happen more. And that building, that helps us to get a clear theory of influence that helps to really get to where the resources are. But if we look at how do we ensure that the agricultural sector and the broader food systems is not just about feeding the people, but about nourishing the people. How do we ensure that people understand that poor diets is the #1 risk factor for the global burden of diseases, and that the risk that poor diets poses is far more than the combined risks of HIV/AIDS, unsafe sex, issues around tobacco, and issues around drugs. These are all quite important. But how do we build this narrative using the right evidence? How do we ensure that there's a deep appreciation of the fact that stunted children today, as a key African leader has said, will lead to stunted economies tomorrow, and that our economy will never, advance the way we want it to advance if we don't really attend to nutrition? How do we really emphasize the fact that one of the most dangerous silent killers of human beings is malnutrition? How do we appreciate the fact that malnutrition is an index of a malfunctioning society? So we need to build this very effectively in a narrative, and it has to be systematic and very deliberate and sustained with urgency over time across critical stakeholders. How do we also ensure that decision makers know that even though nutrition has far-reaching influences, it is not necessarily expensive relative to other costs? This will be quite useful. And how do we use evidence to build that frame? So that's about that. Then we have opportunities around the primary healthcare and then the human capital development to weave this narrative more effectively so that we're not driving nutrition just as a freestanding objective, but it fits into the broader food systems agenda, the primary healthcare agenda, and the human capital development agenda. This would be great. A little bit on partnership that you talked about, extremely useful. And we need to see more fidelity and commitment when it comes to partnership. Why this is important is that when parties to an agreement, to a mechanism, and to a platform are faithful to their commitment in counterpart funding, in living up to their expectations, it generates a way it reinforces additional funding that is quite critical. That's one part of that. Then the other part is around the private sector. That we need to work on. The private sector has an indispensable role in advancing nutrition. Some may have issues like people who promote breast milk substitutes. And if they don't apply and abide by the code, we need to still know how to manage them by government regulations. But private sector is not monolithic. It cuts across the food systems, the health sectors, the private service providers, and the people, big companies that are driving food fortification. How do we incentivize them? How do we remove the obstacles to really address that? Those are some of the parts we need to look at. Then finally, I see you want to, time is going. It's around some important technicalities.
We have to round off now, Doctor.
Two points I want to talk about technicalities that when we say nutrition has been funded, how do we know? If you look at the national health accounts, nutrition is not clearly defined. The taxonomy is not clear. And there are no financing baselines. We need to really address those quite critically if we need to unlock more resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jero. I like the way you summarized your points before you started, just in case you're cut off. Need to change the narrative, need to improve partnerships and collaborations, leverage private sector resources, and focus on execution. Thank you very much once again for those very lucid points. And then very quickly, we'll move to the last panelist, the last but not the least. And we'll be going back once again to Mrs. Ndoka Chito-Nelson, who had already done a beautiful presentation on the National Multi-Sectoral Plan of Action for Food and Nutrition, focusing on the funding requirements. Now, Mrs. Nelson, you, of course, are in charge of the Food and Nutrition Division, Finance, Budget, and National Planning. And I would like to know if you can talk to us about what the current sources of foundation are and how they can be optimized, and also how budget performance for nutrition can be improved. Because one of the previous speakers mentioned that only about 2% of required funding for nutrition was available in 2017. So how can we ensure that the performance for nutrition is improved? You have the mic. Mrs. Nelson, are you there?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, the moderator. Speaking on current sources of funding for nutrition, presently we have the traditional funding source, which is the government at the local, at the federal government, at the federal, state, and local government. We also have funding from bilateral and multilateral organizations. I don't want to start many names so that I don't miss any name, but all of them have been so useful. And we have the civil society Scaling Up Nutrition, which is an organization that holds all the civil societies, NGOs working in nutrition. We probably have some private companies or sectors that participate in funding nutrition. So I would say to optimize the funding for nutrition, there's need for activities that is being implemented to be nutrition smart so that the impact will be felt. There's also need that implementation should follow a costed plan. Usually most costed plan, they have strategies for implementation. There's an MRE framework attached. So by doing this, the funding for nutrition will be greatly optimized. Lastly, on the question of how budget performance of nutrition activities could be improved, the budget for nutrition activities could be improved by ensuring efficient use of funds, ensuring transparency and accountability. When you are given money for an activity, you'll be judicious in using the funds and ensuring that the goal or the target is met. If the money is meant for a category of individuals, a target group, you ensure that that money is not diverted, but used specifically for the purpose for which it's set out. And at the end, assess the impact of what you have done. That is what I can say.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Nelson. It's not surprising that you are at the helm of affairs on nutrition, food and nutrition at the Ministry of Finance, Budget and Planning. Very straight to the point. You mentioned the issue of sources of funding, traditional budget, donor, civil society, private. Then the need to optimize funding sources using costed plans and M&E. And then finally, ensuring transparency, accountability, and judicious use of funds for budget performance improvements. Thank you very much once again. And then I hand over to Auntie Moji to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Chuku. I think you were an amazing moderator and thank you for also adhering to time. We're moving on quickly and we're looking at the third presentation, impact of COVID-19 on nutrition in Nigeria and the implication for financing that. Well, I would have a brother from UNICEF, the Chief of Nutrition, who would be speaking to these paper before we have the panel discussion. I do hope that we have Simeon Nanama. I hope you're around.
Hello, can you hear me?
Thank you. Thank you. So you have the microphone, sir.
Thank you very much. Allow me to share my screen.
You are on, sir.
Yeah, I'm trying to share my screen.
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen, sir.
All right. Okay. First of all, allow me to stand by the existing protocol and thank the organizers for associating UNICEF to this important event, and congratulations to everyone around the table and all the nutrition champions that have put their heads together to have this event. I have been asked to make a presentation on the impact of COVID on nutrition and the implication for financing. And I'm going to be very quick on my presentation because many aspects of it have been already covered by people who talked before me. But if you can allow me, I would like to briefly address a question that was put ahead by one of the panelists before on the RUTF that was received from CIF and from the government. Just to say that none of those is still on the sea, all of them have been received. And we are ready to provide details. We've been in touch with the Ministry of Health and following up and monitoring every single carton. And we have reported back on the contribution that we received from CIF like 6 months ago, and we have not received any complaints from them. But we are ready and happy to provide more details if needed. So now let's move to the presentation. This is the outline of my presentation, quickly touching on the fallout of COVID and the link with the conceptual framework on the determinant of malnutrition. Then I will talk about the situation of nutrition in Nigeria prior to COVID, the impact of COVID on some of the elements that can affect nutrition. Then I will talk briefly about the financing and the implication of COVID for the nutrition financing, and then end with some thoughts on what we think can be done to improve the situation. So this is a slide that summarizes the onset of COVID, which is Nigeria is one of the countries that first detected and alerted about COVID cases. And following that, the government has immediately taken measures aiming to control the spread of the pandemic, including the closure of the borders, the lockdown of interstate travel, the ban of social interaction, gathering, transport, restriction of transport, and ban of non-essential economic activities. And that has had some immediate consequences, including the disruption of the national and international transport, the reduction at the global level on the cost of crude oil, which lead to reduced government revenue, the loss of livelihood, and the reduction of income, both from the formal and informal sector due to the lockdown and the limited access to health and nutrition services. Now, these elements have affected the nutrition through different pathways, and I'm presenting here the conceptual framework to show that it has walked through increasing household food insecurity. It has walked through increasing access to healthcare services. It has certainly walked through increasing the inadequacy of care and feeding practices, although we don't have data to illustrate that. Now, moving into details, it's important to say that even before COVID, Nigeria was facing a challenge in nutrition. Everybody said it, and there are some indicators that are showing, optimistic trend, like exclusive breastfeeding, like stunting that is dropping, slowly but steadily. But the situation still remains concerning. And beyond the proportion that everybody has talked about, I would like to show you the figures, because one of the strength of Nigeria, but also one of the challenge of the country, is the large number of the population, which is making every single proportion translating into a large number of people being affected. And this table summarizes the absolute number of children affected by different form of malnutrition, and the red one presents those who are severely affected. And each of these numbers is really significantly large and can represent a country on its own. Now, the effect of COVID on health services walk through a conceptual pathway that we try to summarize here. On the service provision side, we have the availability of workers, the availability of supplies and equipment that impact on the provision of services. And on the demand side, we have the demand of health services and the access to health services that impact the utilization, and both of the utilization and the provision impact on the coverage of services.
We know that COVID has an impact on the coverage of health services. At the global level, we have two figures that other people before me mentioned, which is the 6,000 under 5 children at risk every day due to the limited access to health services, and the 6.7 million additional cases of some globally estimated as the impact of COVID. Now, when we drill down to Nigeria, there is an assessment done by the health sector partners, which shows clearly that between 2019 and 2020, around the same period, we have seen a significant drop in the coverage of many of the services being delivered, be it ANC services, facility based delivery, skill-based delivery, immunization. And this is clearly linked to, in terms of timing, linked to the effect of COVID and the impact of the mitigation measures, and combined with the fear by the health workers and the population of being infected, which reduced the frequentation of the health services. We internally within UNICEF, we did a similar work when it comes to the admission of children in the treatment facilities, comparing what happened in April, May, June 2019 and 2020, and we can clearly see that the blue line is what happened in 2019, and the line, the blue bar is what happened in 2019, and the line is what happened in 2020. We see a drop in the admission in 2020 compared to 2019 in April and May, but as soon as the lockdown seems to have been eased, we saw a peak in the admission, which is for us an additional piece of evidence that the mitigation measures have had impact on the access to health and nutrition services. The other element on which there is an impact is food security. We look here at data that are coming from the National Bureau of Statistics, and this is the General Health Household Survey, which was conducted in 2018 and 2019 using a face-to-face approach, but in 2020, because of the COVID, they use a telephone-based approach to do the same survey. And we can look at people affected by moderate to severe acute food insecurity with those affected with severe food insecurity, and we can see clearly that there is a significant difference between 2018, 2019, and 2020, again, suggesting that COVID might not be completely free of suspicion in these increase that we see. So the factors that contribute to food insecurity, we know, and I also mentioned them, I've listed them here. I will not go through them individually, but you can read through. Now, in terms of financing, this slide represents the status of nutrition financing, the financing for the nutrition-specific intervention in Nigeria from 2014 to 2018. And we can see the amount of money that have been invested. This is with the caveat that Victor mentioned, which is that there is a lack of clarity on even the nomenclature within the budget. And these figures need to be taken with caution because it is an estimate. But overall, we realize that Nigeria is investing 0.02% of its national budget, which is far from the 4% which is recommended by the Global Nutrition Report in 2017. This is the investment and the estimated required investment by geopolitical zone in the health sector nutrition plan. And we see the figures, they are quite high, but in terms of millions of dollars. And the reality today is that none of these geopolitical zones is at this level of investment. So in a nutshell, even before COVID, we were struggling to reach the level of investment that is required to address malnutrition adequately. Now that COVID is here with the other aggravating factor with an potential increase in the number of people affected, now we can easily guess what's the challenge we are facing. Now, so the amount allocated per person, to summarize, is inadequate compared to the burden. And with the ongoing of the pandemic, we also see that there is a risk of further reduction in these investments. A lot of people have already talked about the cut in the 800 million naira that was in the health budget. And we also are witnessing funding cuts from the donor end. And this is really worrisome. Now, let's say to conclude that financing nutrition is a collective moral and development imperative. We all know, and there is no need to repeat that here, that it has impact on schooling, on earning, on poverty, on economy, and on health, and on survival. So, and it's the responsibility of all of us, not only the government, it's all of us. And I'm moving to what I think needs to be done by each of the stakeholders around the table here. From the government perspective, one thing is important for all of us. Even after COVID, diarrhea, pneumonia, malaria, malnutrition will remain the main child killers in Nigeria. And that needs to be recognized, which means that in the effort, while we are trying to address COVID at another level of the health system, it is important to keep an eye on the private.
Yes, please, can you round up, please, so that we can move to the panel discussion? All right, thank you very much, Simeon. We would thank you very much. Thank you also for bringing out those salient underlying diseases that will continue to rear their heads if we do not address properly the issue of nutrition. Well, we're moving on now to the next panel, and this will be done in 15 minutes, I can assure you. Let me just warn that we would mute any any of our panelists who does not adhere to time. We've spent almost all day here, and we need to move on quickly. And moderating this panel is Vivian Ihekwazu. Vivian is the managing director at Nigeria Health Watch, a health communication and advocacy organization based in Abuja, Nigeria. Vivian holds a master's degree in development economics. And also an MBA from Gordon Institute of Business Science, University of Pretoria. Her work focuses on nutrition, maternal, newborn and child health, immunization, sexual and reproductive health, and epidemic preparedness. She is also an experienced strategic communications professional with over 15 years experience, having worked at the global media communication and research agencies. Vivian was a mentor on the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Women Initiative and other enterprise. She's here today with us, and she will be chairing this wonderful
Can you hear me?
Hello, Mrs. Makonjola. Over to you, Vivian. You can take over the mic. Please unmute yourself.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to stand on existing protocol in the interest of time. This session I'm about to moderate will focus on strengthening the health and social protection systems responsible for nutrition. Just to start off with, Dr. Olumide from the World Bank in his presentation, when he mentioned the human capital challenge in Nigeria, stated that only 4% of the poorest quintiles in Nigeria is covered by the social safety net. This became even more evident, as we all saw during the recent lockdowns, when the food security of many of our fellow Nigerian citizens, especially those that earn a daily wage, was threatened. And the word palliatives became, one of the newest words repeated by many. And so the challenge for the government was, how were they going to safeguard the lives and livelihoods of Nigerians that were threatened? So following on from what Dr. Nanama spoke about and the impact of COVID, as we battle with the current COVID pandemic, many lessons are being learned across the different sectors. And our future is based, as we've talked about, on the decisions we make now. We have a unique opportunity to build back better, strengthening our healthcare and social protection to ensure that the most vulnerable in our population, women, especially pregnant women, and children, have the nutritional needs they need. And as Dr. Nanama just shared, we are under-investing in nutrition, and this was the case before COVID-19. Investing in health and social protection must also be a moral and development imperative for all of us. So really, without further ado, I will quickly introduce our distinguished panel for this session. In no particular order, I'll first introduce Dr. Adeyinka Onabolu, who is the Senior Advisor on Food and Security and Nutrition to the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Dr. Adeyinka Onabolu is a public health nutritionist. He holds a PhD in International Health, a master's degree in food technology with a specialism in food product development, and a BSc in human nutrition. Dr. Onabolu has more than 15 years experience working on international development programs. I will also introduce Dr. Chris Isopumwa, who is the head of nutrition at the Federal Ministry of Health. Dr. Chris is the head of nutrition, as I said. He's a public health specialist and chairman of the Nutrition Partners Forum, which is a multi-sectorial coordinating platform for nutrition in Nigeria, and the country focal person for scaling up nutrition. Last but not least, my fellow nutrition development partner, Mrs. Beatrice Eluaka, who is the Executive Secretary for Civil Society Scaling in Nutrition, CSN. Mrs. Beatrice, who we saw earlier this morning, is a nutrition specialist with over 40 years experience. She holds a Master's of Science degree in Human Nutrition and Food from Howard University. She has extensive experience in health planning, management, M&E of health and population programs, and she's currently, as I said, Executive Secretary of CSN. So just to start off with, I'll put my first question to Dr. Onabolu, our Senior Advisor from the Ministry of Agriculture. COVID has shown how much collaboration between the government and private sector for food distribution is amongst our vulnerable Nigerians. So what mechanisms are being put in place, or should we say should be put in place, to ensure the sustainability of this very important social protection?
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I am happy that we have gone away from talking about health, because I was becoming worried that everything was around health, and we keep forgetting that one sector alone cannot solve the nutrition problems in Nigeria. In terms of palliatives for COVID-19, a lot has happened, and we cannot say that we did very well on that account. But then it's important that going forward, we have to safeguard the food systems, because we know that initially the lockdown was pronounced. A lot of farmers couldn't go to their farms. They lost a lot of their produce. They couldn't bring them to the markets. The ones that were brought to the markets, they were wasted because of the regulation as to the number of days people could go to the markets. And if we are talking about social protection, we have to ensure that we alleviate income poverty, because we need to promote more income generating activities for our smallholder farmers. We need to reduce vulnerability, because smallholder farmers tend not to easily be able to bounce back when there are challenges and there are shocks. And then we also need to foster greater social justice and inclusion. And that means we need to empower marginalized groups. Already, even before the pandemic, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture already prepared the ag sector strategy for food security and nutrition. And there is a particular priority area, which is the priority area for which talks or which seeks to ensure that there's a focus on actions that would ensure the ability of households to mitigate adapt to and recover from shocks and stress in a way or in a manner that reduces their vulnerability and facilitates their growth. And some of the action points or the entry points under this include supporting landless agrarian community households to be able to establish small-scale agro-processing businesses so that when other people produce, since they don't have land to produce, they can process and be able to send nutritious foods into the market. And also supporting them to diversify their livelihood so that it is not just producing. They can also do other things that would ensure that when the circumstances are not right to produce, they can get into other things that can bring money. And also part of this is linking them to institutional markets. We have several institutional markets, but we don't have the mechanisms for ensuring that our smallholder farmers are able to participate in these markets, because many of the things that will ensure that they participate, they are not able to do on their own. They may not understand how to tender, they may not even know how to prepare their produce for that particular market, and all these have to be addressed. And also we need to fight, like we've talked about money, but in the part of farmers, we need to facilitate their access to credit, particularly for the smallhold farmers. And I'm not talking about, and also ensuring that they have insurance services. Now, I'm not talking about the traditional insurance of NAIC, which once anything happens, they take themselves off absorbing the risk, because then they will go back to something that is in their terms that was not explained to the farmer before. So we need to ensure that they have access to insurance services. I think I'll stop here because I see that the time is gone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anobolo, and I appreciate what you mentioned about safeguarding small-scale farmers, because as we saw with COVID, it wasn't just a case of people not being able to access food, but it was also the disruption of supply chains, especially of nutritious foods, with our small-scale farmers being more adversely impacted. Okay, my next question I'll put to Mrs. Beatrice. We're all in the same NGO CSO space. So my question is, what roles can civil society organizations play in ensuring government's responsiveness in mitigating the impact of COVID-19 on nutrition?
Thank you very much for that question. The civil society, as we all know, has the responsibility of holding government accountable for the commitments that they have made and ensuring and supporting them, as the case may be, to ensure that they fulfill the promises and commitments they make. What we want to see as civil society is a Nigeria where every citizen has food and is nutrition secured. And from the civil society point of view, our mission is to mobilize non-state actors to generate evidence, to build capacity, to advocate, and to stimulate communities to scale up nutrition. Having said that, we have heard, what the previous speaker said about COVID-19. The nutrition, of course, focusing on nutrition, what is the whole essence? We want to have a nutritionally healthy country where people's immunity are well built so that they can prevent infections such as COVID-19. And even when they have those infections and they have strong immunity due to good nutrition, they are able to withstand, or to survive the infections. So what we're saying is that I want to add also that Nigeria was one of the first countries, if not the first, to have developed a nutrition response to COVID-19, and we are very happy about it. And as we've been talking all morning, the issue now is how we implement those beautiful plans that we have. So focusing on social protection, one of the issues that we discovered during the palliatives is that the foods that are used for palliatives are not that nutritious. They were, basically energy-giving foods, which does not in any way provide all the basic nutrients that the individual requires for good health. And so we need to take all that into consideration when we are providing palliatives to people. We need to carry everyone along. Nobody should be left behind. So we're focusing on the key principles for making social protection more nutrition sensitive. And that is targeting on the nutritionally vulnerable individuals. And these also, a lot of questions have come up. Children from 6 months to 23 months. After breastfeeding, what happens? And this is the critical area that we need to also focus on. That means we also need to empower our women and make them the recipients of social protection benefits. We need to break the intergenerational cycle of malnutrition and so on. And then we need to promote strategies that enable households to diversify their diets. These are some of the things that we need to do. Of course, strengthen linkages to health and sanitation services, the WASH program, and integrating nutrition education. This is very important, and promotion of nutrition in everything that we do for the purposes of prevention. Because if we focus on prevention, the problem will not get to a stage where we are talking about RUTF or other treatment measures. I think that like I said in the beginning, the civil society has a role to play in getting government accountable. I say this in every forum that I have. We are watching, and the days where we find faults and carry placards are over. We are in this together. So we identify problems where they are, and we also try to profile solutions to the problems and to support government to solve the problems. So that is my contribution for now. Thank you. Over.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Beatrice. We have to ensure that we continuously advocate as CSOs and NGOs to ensure that nutrition is prioritized. And as we've seen now with COVID-19, which caught all of us Nigerians unaware, when the lockdowns took place, it was made even harder for those who have to depend on a daily wage, because we know that as a country, we don't have the social safety nets that other countries have, which made their lockdowns a lot easier for their population. So we had the private sector, especially with organizations like COVID, come in and support in filling that gap. So this highlights the importance really of the private sector. And going forward, my question is to Dr. Aisha Buhari at the Ministry of Health. PPPs have been mentioned earlier today as a funding mechanism for nutrition. And PPPs and collaboration with NGOs is encouraged for delivering and scaling up nutrition services. How could we scale up the intervention of the private sector working with CSOs to also now incorporate health and social protection, especially at the state level, and ensure that state governments take their fair share of responsibility, ensuring that these social and health protection services are available to their local citizens?
Thank you very much, Vivian. And good evening, everybody. I think it's almost early evening. It's a pleasure to be here just to go straight to the point because of time. I think over time, we're beginning to realize the role that the private sector needs to play. That has been underscored in the speech of the Honorable Minister and that of His Excellency, the Vice President. Now, how do we get the private sector interested in a joint approach of PPP with government? First, you have to build a business case, social responsibility, corporate social responsibility by the private sector, that it is good business. And how the Sun Business Network, which is the business arm that engages business and the private sector in nutrition, focuses on that aspect, getting the private sector, getting businesses involved in nutrition. There are many ways they can get involved and actually can also strengthen the social safety net, because the whole essence around nutrition for us at this point will be building resilience. The shocks that came about as a result of COVID-19 has also underscored the fact that we need to build resilience, the capacity of people to quickly recover from shocks that can come, especially from situations like that occurred in the lockdown. And there are different, when you look at social protection, you can talk about conditional cash transfers. And it is important that it has to be conditional, not just transferring funds, but making it conditional on improving nutrition. Evidence have shown that conditional cash transfers can do that. A critical component will be the health insurance. And that is one area the private sector can also invest in the health insurance, social health insurance scheme. And the basic healthcare provisioning fund provides such an opportunity that we can leverage on in providing resources for nutrition and enticing the private sector to invest in that aspect. The fund has both the health insurance component, strengthening the health system, as well as the emergency medical aspect. All these are opportunities that the private sector and the NGOs can ride upon. In fact, the private sector is a very important and veritable tool. And most importantly, where do we get the private sector? What is the link between the private sector and building resilience? That is where I will talk about investing in nutrition should prioritize women empowerment. Women should have access to credit. Women should have access to capital and resources, capital in terms of land if they have to farm. They should have access to the credit facilities to invest in nutrition promoting activities. And this is a point where the private sector really comes in. COVID presented an opportunity for strengthening the health systems and our health sector. Nutrition is a key component of the health sector. And so in addressing the challenges that have come out, strengthening the primary health care, I was happy that Dr. Feza has spoken earlier on in the day. Nutrition should ride along, and we must continue to realize that the private sector plays a key role in that regard. I think I'll stop at this point because of time.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Chris. I received our warning from Mrs. Makonjola about keeping to time. So what I will say is thank you very much to this distinguished panel. Apologies that we have to keep it short. I'm just conscious of time, given that we've overrun already. So thank you very much to Dr. Adeyinka Onabolu, to Mrs. Beatrice Iluaka and Dr. Chris Isopomwa for being panelists on this session. I'll conclude by saying that we have a unique opportunity right now to build back better, strengthening our health and social protection to ensure that the most vulnerable in our population have the nutritional needs they need. And echoing what Dr. Nanama said, investing in health and social protection as well as nutrition must be a moral and development imperative. So with no further ado, I will hand back over to Mrs. Makonjola so we can start the fourth panel session. Thank you very much for everybody who's stayed with us so far to listen to all these talks.
Thank you, Vivian, and thank you to all
Auntie Moji, please unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. We'll move on now to the last panel of the day, but very important panel. But before then, we'll have a quick presentation from Mrs. Ndidi Okonkwo-Winili. She is an expert on African agriculture and nutrition, philanthropy, and social innovation. Very committed. She's been here from 10 when we started. She has over 25 years of international development experience and is a recognized serial entrepreneur, author, public speaker, and consultant. Through her work in the private, public, and non-profit sectors, she has led the design and execution of high-impact initiatives focused on policy, strategy, organizational design, ecosystem solutions, and growth. Ndidi is the managing partner of Sahil Consulting Agriculture and Nutrition Limited, which works across West Africa, shaping agricultural policy, creating catalytic ventures, and implementing ecosystem solutions. She's also the co-founder of AACE Foods, which source from over 10,000 farmers and produces a range of packaged spices, seasonings, and cereals for local and international markets. She is the founder of Leap Africa, which inspires, empowers, and equips a new cadre of principled, disciplined, and dynamic young leaders in Africa. She is the chair of NourishingAfrica.com, envisioned as a home for 1 million entrepreneurs in the African food and agriculture landscape. Ndidi, I'm so proud of you. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, and thanks for having me. I want to especially thank all those who are still with us. I know it's been a really long day, but I commend the organizers for such an impactful and well-researched convening. All protocols observed. I only have 10 minutes, and the topic I've been giving is ending undernutrition through private sector engagement, from the moral imperative to economic opportunities. And I want to look at 3 different ways that private sector engages with nutrition. First being compliance, second being strategic imperatives, and third from a competitive advantage perspective, and then talk about a way forward. I got involved in agriculture and nutrition because of this picture on the screen. Wherever I went in the world, people would tell me about the starving children in Africa. In fact, the face of the African child is a hungry child. And this was unacceptable to me because we're naturally endowed for agricultural excellence. Now, if we look at just from the compliance perspective and how private sector currently engages, a few years ago, Sahel Consulting worked with the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, TechnoServe, with funding from the Gates Foundation to look at mandatory and voluntary food fortification. As most of you know, our country mandates that companies that produce sugar, edible oil, salt, wheat flour, and maize flour have to fortify with vitamin A and iodine. And what we saw is that while many companies are mandated to fortify and do fortify, there are also companies that do voluntary fortification with margarine and snacks and bouillon cubes, and they choose to do so on their own. And we have to commend those companies. Now, for those who are charged with fortification, what is holding us back and what have we seen? The first thing we've seen is that there's still low compliance. Even though the government requires that we fortify, we've still seen that there's about 33% compliance in wheat, edible oils, 20%, sugar, 50%. We don't have enough. When we ask them why they don't, they say it's because it's expensive and the cost of importing fortification is difficult. And they also say that there are challenges that they face with finding the right team members and machinery. But when we did the analysis, we realized that it's only 1 to 3% of the total cost of retail products, which means that it's negligible. Finally, there are challenges around the packaging used, with a lot of these packaging being very porous and very easy for the vitamin A to basically disappear when it's in open air markets. So there are challenges for us is how do we work across the board? having private sector players, both the key players in the sector and those who create these micronutrient powders and premixes to partner together to address these challenges, ensure that those who have to just comply do so. Now, I would love for us not just to comply, but to embrace nutrition as a strategic imperative. And that's what we're doing, Sahel Consulting, right now with the Advancing Local Dairy Development Project in Nigeria, funded by the Gates Foundation. We're working with 6 companies in Kaduna, Jigawa, Kano, Plateau, and Adamawa, basically leveraging the dairy sector as an opportunity, not just to improve the nutritional status of our people, but also to ensure that we can improve the nutritional status of the smallholder farmers. And what we're doing is not just ensuring that milk is available, affordable, and accessible for our people, but that we increase the dietary diversity of these smallholder dairy farmers, the female participation, WASH, and all the key indicators that the previous speakers have talked about, ensuring behavioral change. So you're working with farmers, both as agents of change in the nutrition sector, but also to improve their own nutritional status. And we expect to work with 30,000 dairy farmers over the next 5 years, reaching 120,000 beneficiaries. And what is so amazing about this is that these 6 private companies are putting money and resources to investing in strategic nutrition as an imperative for their organizations. And then the third model I would like to pick is my own personal company, which I'm the co-founder of, called Ace Foods. When we started Ace Foods, we said, you know what? Nutrition is part of our DNA. Everything we produce is going to be sourced locally, healthy for the Nigerian consumer, affordable and accessible. And we've proven that you can do well and do good. You can make money and improve the lives of people. Through our complementary food, which fights moderate malnutrition, we're trying to displace our dependency on imported RUTF and other products to show that proudly Nigerian products sold locally can address moderate malnutrition. And during the COVID era, we've also proven that you can do well, but also do good by partnering with NGOs, faith-based organizations, and governments to feed people in 4 states in Nigeria. Now, as I round up, what I want us to think about is that we need to move from compliance to seeing nutrition as a competitive advantage. That means that in everything we do, and I'm capturing this in a book I'm publishing this year called Food Entrepreneurs in Africa, everything we do, every company should make money from investing in nutrition. But what does that require? It requires that we're investing in innovation, in knowledge, and in collaboration. So the call to action, 3 main things. First, private sector has to be involved in every discussion about nutrition. And I'm glad that you've invited us here. But as private sector organizations, we have to collaborate to create consumer awareness. Consumers have to demand nutritious food. They have to ensure that they know when it's not non-nutritious and when it's nutritious. We as industry providers have to self-police, and this is really important. We have to raise the bar. Call out poor performers who are not complying, and where there's food fraud, where people are reporting that they've fortified or that their food is nutritious and it is not, we need to call them out. We have to share data. We have to ensure affordable and available food, and we have to see the government as a supporter and as a collaborator. This requires that we have integrity in this sector. There's more transparency, there's more equity, and there's more business sustainability. And I'll end with this final slide. Private sector, we have to leave our egos and logos at the door and work together to provide locally sourced nutritious food. We have to raise the standards in our food ecosystem for our children and for future generations. I got into this sector because I believe that private sector has to drive nutrition and agriculture development for sustainable Africa. And we need to work together across the board. So these 3 examples are just a scratch of what we can do collaboratively. And I look forward to hearing from the rest of you about how to make private sector the real driver of innovation, of funding, and of growth in this sector. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Ndidi, and wonderful presentation. There are actually a lot of reactions are coming here, and there's one from oh my God, it just disappeared from my screen, and I would really want to get it back before we go on to the next panel. Yes, this is from Her Excellency Mrs. Toyin Saraki, and she's thanking you very much for that contribution and hoping to work in partnership, with collaboration with you. It disappeared again on my screen, but I think the message is, yes, please. Can I have that back on my screen, please? The message is to accentuate and accelerate, accelerate collaboration as much as we can. Yes, she said the Well-Being Foundation Africa, would want to partner and, be part of what you're doing. I think strategic partnership is what should evolve as part of the actions going forward with nutrition in Nigeria. Thank you. I would still come back to some of the feedback that we have, particularly in the chat room. I said the chat room is busting. I want to thank those of you that are still staying. That's the spirit of I can and I will and I will remain until we get to the promised land. Quickly would like to bring on the last panel, and they'll be speaking to barriers to private sector investment in nutrition and how private and public sectors can and must work together to exploit and implement sustainable solutions. Our moderator is Rufus Idris, and Rufus Idris is Deputy Chief of Party at the USAID Feed the Future Nigeria Agribusiness Investment Activity. And I think, Rufus, are you there?
I'm here. Thank you so much, my big sister, Mojima Konjola.
Thank you very much, Rufus. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Have the floor. Yeah.
Thank you. For the purpose of time, please permit me to obey and also still stand on all established protocols. And also for the purpose of time, permit me to make a very, very brief introduction of the panelists, especially as I have two of my panelists that have already been introduced during the goodwill message session. First on the list, I have Uduak Ibeka, who is the Africa Regional Manager for the Scaling Up Nutrition Business Network, which drives private sector contribution to improve nutrition in line with the priorities of the government. She is also a serving commissioner for the Commission on Sustainable Agriculture Intensification. So I welcome you, Mrs. Uduak Ibeka. Next on my list, I have Dr. Emmanuel Soko. He is the technical lead on health, governance, leadership, and planning with DAI Global Health. He is also the country director of Network for Health and Equity and Development, which is a wholly owned Nigerian health and development expert with national and international experience supporting nutrition and health sector reforms in the country. You're welcome, Dr. Soko. Also on my list, I have Mr. Abdul Kader Yonli. Mr. Abdul is the General Manager of Nutric Limited, a subsidiary of Dancer Food. Nutric produces ready-to-use therapeutic food, that's RUTF that we've been hearing all day, and also ready-to-use supplementary food, RUSF, for treatment of severe and moderate acute malnutrition in children. Mr. Yonli is also a food processing engineer and also a microbiologist. You're welcome, Mr. Yonli.
Thank you so much.
To go straight to the business of the day, in doing justice to a major topic that we've all been waiting for, topic meant by Ajo.
Can you repeat, please? Lost your word.
Okay. Thank you. So building on a statement by our Vice President, His Excellency Professor Yemi Osinbajo, that there's no amount of allocation in budget that can solve the problem with funding nutrition in the country, that we need to look into private sector engagement and financing as well for this sector. Today, this panelist will be looking at barriers to private sector investment in nutrition, how private and public sectors can and must work together to explore and implement sustainable solutions. I want to start with Mrs. Ibeka, and I want us to please keep our responses to just 2 minutes so we can keep this discussion within the time frame. Mrs. Ibeka, I'll be happy if you can help us shed more light on what platforms and incentives are available for the private sector organizations that are investing in nutrition in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Rufus. I'm going to be as brief as possible. So currently, we have the Scaling Up Nutrition Business Network as a platform that engages with SMEs that operate in the nutrition food space. This is a platform that provides technical assistance, technical support, linkages to partnerships, a connection with development programs, and education of SMEs on what nutrition really is. We take it for granted that the businesses that operate within the food system and the nutritious food value chains understand nutrition, but the truth of the matter is that we have found that this is not often the case. So this is one of the responsibilities of the Scaling Up Nutrition Business Network, and also to educate members of the private sector on what the priorities of government are and how they can tap into those priorities and also make their own contribution. I'm very happy that Ndidi is on this platform as well, because she runs a very successful platform called the Nourishing Africa Hub. It's run by Sahel Consulting. This is also another platform where businesses that operate in the nutritious food space can engage, can have access to information, like where funding opportunities exist and where support systems exist as well. Now, within the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, we had a project that was focused on reduction of post-harvest loss in Nigeria. That project was specifically focused on fresh fruits and vegetables. Now, one of the tangible outcomes of that project was the establishment of an organization called Otakwa. Otakwa is the Organization for Technology Advancement of Cold Chain in West Africa. And this is where you have businesses that operate in the cold chain value chain coming together to exchange ideas on how to maximize cold chain within West Africa. These are businesses that operate in fresh fruits and vegetables space. You have businesses in pharmaceutical space also being members of Otakwa. It was important to establish this organization because we found that there's some echo. We found that cold chain infrastructure in Nigeria is grossly underdeveloped. The value of the investment that could be derived from investing in cold chain in Nigeria was also highly unknown. So establishing some of these platforms brings to the fore what investment opportunities are available in nutrition, and also how private sector can get involved in making those investments and reaping the benefits of those investments.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Ibeka. Thank you so much for that response. I'm glad that we have platforms and you really mentioned some of them. I know there are many more that private sector partners can look into as well to invest in nutrition. Now I'll go to Dr. Sopo. Dr. Sopo, building on Mrs. Ibeka's response, what has really worked in the private sector investment in nutrition in the country, and how can we take such things that have worked to scale?
Thank you. Good afternoon, and I also stand by existing protocols. I think quite a number of things have worked. For example, the issue of local production of RUTF. I think in the past couple of years, there's been a lot of efforts to have local production, but then it never, came up fully until last year when we had a nutrition summit, when we had 4 companies who now committed to production of RUTF. One had set up in Kenya, and then coming to Nigeria, they realized that there was a fertile market. And so they went up into having their machinery in place just for the COVID, otherwise they would be now fully functional. The others are also, setting up their factories, but then they have also limitations in terms of policy issues in raw materials and the rest of it. That's at the manufacturing level. At the local level, we have the Masaki project in Jigawa State, which works with local women using local materials to see how they can, educate themselves and then effectively ensure that they prevent and not just prevent children from, becoming malnourished. Then the issue of logistic management. We also had an incident where, the use of low RS, zinc and low RS for using through pharmacy shops and medicine vendors was an issue. But then after 6 months of working with them, they became very active, and then the uptake of the product, was also came up very high, and that has become quite useful, and is now being used over the whole place. But be that as it may, there are quite a couple of challenges, in ensuring that, some of these things materialize. For example, we're still talking about the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, has been mentioned a couple of times. How much is the private sector involved in the Basic Health Provision Fund when those facilities now become functional? I think it's an area that requires, better dialogue between government and the private sector providers of health services, so that not just the government facilities, but also private sector facilities benefit from this thing. Because at the end of the day, if we are looking at the Nigerian child or woman, you're not saying it's a government child or a private sector child. It's a Nigerian child. Whoever provides that service, those services requires that support that is essential to ensure that that comes on.
Thank you so much.
The other issue is just the issue of the use of aflatoxin resistant granules, which NAPRI had produced, which requires amplification by the private sector, which is there because now, as you are aware, we can't get RUTF produced in Nigeria because of the issue of aflatoxin. So if you have that, variety produced, the private sector needs to now take that on board. But that requires also government policy enabling environment to see that local producers, local farmers are producing this granule to ensure that you don't need to go and import granules to come and
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this wonderful response. And I'm happy that you didn't just dwell on the challenges. You also gave us example of things that are actually working that we can intensify effort on. At the same time, you've thrown some questions to the private sector. So I want to go at this point to Mr. Yonli from the private sector. And my quick question would be that as a private sector organization that is investing in nutrition in the country, what creative ways are there to finance nutrition? And what is the future of private investment in nutrition that you envisage for Nigeria? Mr. Yonli.
Sorry. From my point of view, one of the things that we forgot to talk about is the cost of the production. Let's assume that, for example, for the same amount of RETF that I want to treat one children, if we have policy in place in the country, the factories can, for example, reduce their cost of production. Instead, for $50, for example, to treat just one child, we can easily, for example, treat 2 children. How? We have, for example, the taxes we can have in the importation of the raw materials. Of course, some of the raw materials, we can find it in the country. But for example, for the premixes, when you have, and vitamins, when you have, let's say, 20% duty on this kind of products, instead of the imported finished good, for example, without 0 duty, is a kind of policy that we have to discuss with the government to have some way to reduce the costs. one of the things. Secondly, as we said, the aflatoxin issue on the raw material, for example, for the groundnut is another issue. How the private sector can work with the government to improve the quality and even the quantity. In our case, for example, last year we have done a trial with Dangote Farms with 1 or 2 hectares of afla-safe groundnut, and the results are good. Now we need the time to implement it in the north of the country. And this kind of thing can take time, at least 2 years. But during this period, we have to produce. Should we, for example, import the raw material, which can be an issue because presently, for example, the CBN refused to give the approval to import this kind of raw material? Or should we work with the farmers and the stakeholders to find a way to increase the production of these groundnuts and even the quality? So this is the kind of challenge we are facing presently. For your second question, I think regarding the nutrition, there is some other challenges. It's not just the severe acute malnutrition. We have the moderate one, we have the chronic malnutrition, even we have the diabetes, we have the weight, for example. So these kind of things are some other kind of issues regarding the nutrition that we have to focus in the next few years.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nyonli, and thank you so much to all the panelists. I think we're able to get some input into several platforms and incentives that private sector organizations can tap into and continue to leverage to support funding into nutrition in the country. We've also heard about some of the things that have actually worked and that need to be scaled with time. And also, I think Mr. Nyonli also mentioned some pilot that's been done within private sector organizations in partnership with public organizations as well. That with all this, we believe there's a bright future for private sector investment in nutrition in the country if all the partners can work together and intentionally scale some things that have worked for the benefit of the malnourished child or the general public, women and youth, importantly, that need good nutrition. Thank you so much, the panelists, and thank you, the organizers of the event, for giving us this platform. I would like to hand over to Sister Mojima Konjola. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rufus, Idris. Apparently, some people had been glued permanently on waiting for this session, and it has proved very productive. Now, quickly before we have the communique, I'll just like to run through, I would say, an avalanche of chat that has dropped at the chat box. Well, some have just been comments. Generally, participants are happy and they want, have assessed the conference as something that was timely. And yes, we'll now go straight to yes. Okay. Well, excellent comments. The senator has been commended. And a lot of things have come up, and we are hoping that we have a data which will ensure that we will get back to all our participants. At the moment, I'd like to, can we call? I can continue? Okay, I'm having directions here. Okay, good day, everyone. All the presentations have been mind-blowing. Kindly share all the presentation. I can assure you that if we have your name and your email address, you will get that. We also got a lot of collaborative effort that will evolve from these conversations I think from Wellbeing Foundation, very pleased to see WASH as a primary focus of the nutrition-specific interventions. Apologies for the technical glitch. We would ensure that everything, most of the presentation would reach out to all our presenters. I would just scroll again and hopefully I can get more. of the feedbacks, which have been very educative. I know from the academia, for example, and a lot of the nutritionists that have attended are agitating that we should look inwards in terms of the food narrative in country, that the country is very blessed with rich food that we can, as a country, rely on. Yeah, and we can provide suitable solutions to the concerns raised around smallholder farms by Dr. Adeyinka Onobolu. We recall actually submitting a proposal on same to Her Excellency Dr. Dr. Aisha Buhari, Future Assured. I'm sure a lot of what you have sent in is what has culminated into this national conference that we had today. Well, here is another interesting one that says food narrative is changing. Many of our food producers using fortified crop, we're not getting partnership from organizations on food palliative. Building a strong immunity is essential during COVID-19. We have something hanging in here. As soon as I get that done, we would be able to reach out. Well, another one here says, which is very interesting, our indigenous and traditional diets are diverse and nutrient dense. The knowledge of indigenous food are, however, being eroded due to westernization. I'm sure this will do for a conversation around what really we have, because our very last presenter was speaking to some of the challenges of the private sector investment in terms of getting raw materials that are fortified and raw materials that are essential to bring them in. He was speaking to some of the challenges around that. And I see here, from Francis, if 800 million originally budgeted for nutrition in the 2020 federal government budget could be removed during the budget review, how can we describe nutrition as a priority in government's development agenda? This is an accountability deficit on the part of government. That's one of the feedbacks that we are getting, but I think a lot of these will be addressed as we move on. I would, right. I must say that wonderful presentation. Yes, we still have, wow, we still have 169, yes, participants. Wow, what happened now? Okay, right. We think some people, Ibrahim Sojiji has positioned that the BHCPF, that the basic health money that can be used, that this is a good strategy that will solve some of our problems, but the take up is slow. Stakeholders were trained at all levels, but there seemed to be a delay in the rollout. I hope it is not another COVID factor that is slowing the progress. Well, I'm sure policy and of course people who should take action are listening to it. Now from Betty, Integrative Nutrition Health Specialist and President, Burj Life Healthy Foundation, that she listened into His Excellency, the Vice President speaking. He did mention that the children are being served daily at public schools across 34 states. Now, they would want to visit rural areas in Nigeria quarterly. Well, another question coming in here. He says, don't you think that the program needs to be monitored to make sure that the work is done appropriately and the money is not going into someone's pocket? I'm sure that transparency and accountability, you recall that's what His Excellency, the Vice President, hammered on, and I'm sure that would be the premise to on which the federal government has been operating. Now, there's another one here, very interesting. I alluded to it some time back. Is there any nutrition programs specifically targeted towards female adolescents in Nigeria? This could be a window of opportunity to reduce the maternal and child mortality rate, since at which adolescents get pregnant is alarming. Maternal nutrition impacts pregnancy outcome. An estimated 23% of women aged 15 to 19 years have begun childbearing, according to the DHS 2013. And WHO says 25% of women have their first child before 18th birthday. We should not wait until the child is born before addressing malnutrition, but target the nutrient store of the woman of reproductive age, especially female adolescents. Thank you very much, Prof. Mrs. Funke Olumakai from OAU Ileife for bringing on this. And yes, Dr. Zainab Shinkafi Bagudu is also, well, we all know she's a pediatrician, so this is her turf. Sent in this that Dr. Aisha Buhari, Her Excellency the First Lady, and FA has been working on the issue of nutrition since coming into office of the First Lady. Her Get Involved scheme is one of such. However, Nigeria continues to import RUTF. Private sector have created innovative ways to support and produce RUTF to a certain extent. Funding is not just being released from the Federal Ministry of Health in adequate amount or in appropriated amounts. States are expected to fund the importation of what can be locally produced also. Well, she wanted the comment from the Honorable Minister of Health, who I'm not sure is here, or the Honorable Minister of Finance. These are issues that would follow up with. They have been raised from a lot of, some of the presentations, and as a consortium and also as advocates, we would continue to speak and advance to a lot of the discussions that have been made. Well, from the chats are coming, and wow. Oche Peter, please kindly forward all the presentations. He left his email address, and please, this is what to do. Let's have your email address, and that way you can be assured that you would get all the presentation. Another chat here, it says, I hope the government will wake onto more reality on nutrition. Okay, it's a wake-up call here. So the numbers of participants is a way low compared to the population of our dear country. Nobody gets interested in program as this. We're always concerned about money, money, money. Well, that's why we have this presentation here. That's why this conference is all inclusive, so that we can have diverse presentation and observation, which we can marry together as we push forward for nutrition in a more organized nutrition for the Nigerian child. And of course, like the Prof from OAU University said, that we also need, as a matter of plan, to include adolescent women or women of childbearing age. Now, as we go next to the next item, which would be the communique, there's somebody here to say thanks to the organizers for a timely conference, and kudos to all the panelists, presenters. Kindly forward all presentations. Well, thank you very much. We will do this. Thank you, great Nigerians. You have stayed on, and as we all hopefully would do a frog jump to ensure implementation in terms of some of the issues that have been raised. For us from the consortium, we can assure you that we would always advocate for the better nutrition status of the Nigerian child. I would now listen to the communique. Communique is by CISLAC, one of our sister consultants, member of the consortium, Nigeria Health Watch. Can we please have the communique? It's been a very long day, but we need to listen to that. I'm waiting.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much, everybody who's still on this call. we've all been very patient, and this has been a very informative afternoon. As His Excellency Yemi Osinbajo said, the future of nutrition in Nigeria depends on the discussions we have in this forum, from nutrition to the agricultural space. So what I'll do is I'll just quickly summarize some of the key points that were raised. I won't go into great detail for the very simple reason that there'll be a more detailed communique at the very, very end of this event, which will be disseminated to everybody. So just to summarize, we thank the Aisha Buhari Foundation for organizing this very, very important National Nutrition Conference with the theme Harnessing Innovative Finance Options for Nutrition, Unraveling the Bottlenecks. This national conference was aimed at advocating for increased investment in nutrition, to deliberate on how to harness innovative funding streams for nutrition and recommend a reliable funding plan that will provide a viable financing framework capable of delivering the resources needed to implement appropriate nutrition actions at national, state, and local government levels. After very exhaustive deliberating on various thematic issues, the following observations and recommendations were made. Number one, Nigeria records the highest burden of malnutrition in Africa, with 37% stunting and 7% wasting. And this is based on our latest NDHS. And this is among children under the age of 5, and we're second in the world. And this is one statistics we do not want to be top of. While under 5 children across the world are not the worst hit by COVID-19, the pandemic has further worsened the vulnerability of the children to nutrition in Nigeria due to increased poverty, rise in food insecurity, poor human capital development, as highlighted by His Excellency Yemi Osinbajo, and inadequate widespread social protection in the country. While nutrition constitutes a critical development issue, cutting across multi-sectoral dimension, it affects the current and the future generation and reduces the nation's productivity levels. Our stunting levels have told us, as Dr. Punala mentioned, that the future of Nigeria depends on our children, and we need well-developed children to lead us into this future. Malnutrition manifests in poor physical and cognitive development, like stunting, wasting, underweight, and overweight, and low productivity. And severe acute malnutrition increases our children's susceptibility to immediate mortality. Poor hygiene, ignorance, illiteracy, and inappropriate feeding habits at household levels are also a contributory factor to malnutrition. Existing bottlenecks, as we've all discussed, such as quality of our ground milk and the basic ingredients as needed for RETF, and the restrictions on the importation of RETF is a drain on our forex and denies us the opportunity from benefiting from the RETF production value chain. We need to also ensure that our local suppliers are supported with adequate financing to ensure that RETF production is done at the local level, leveraging on our small-scale farmers especially. There is inadequate funding for the prevention and treatment of severe acute malnutrition at all levels of the government. And state governors need to take greater responsibility as well in ensuring that there's sufficient funding always available for programs that target our children who are severely, acutely malnourished. Studies have shown that Nigeria has mobilized less than 0.0% of funding required for nutrition. The recommended amount is 4%, as Dr. Nanama mentioned. We have to make sure that we adequately fund our nutrition programs. Urgent attention is needed at the PHC level. Dr. Faisal was able to highlight what's been done at MPHCDA. The primary healthcare, we know, is the foundation of all healthcare in Nigeria, and we need to ensure that mechanisms are put in place to ensure that primary healthcare centers are adequately funded to support our mothers at the grassroots. So the recommendations, which will be highlighted in further detail in the communique, are as follows. There is a need for extensive legislative oversight on nutrition and budgetary allocation, utilization of the Basic Health Provision Fund especially, and agricultural budgetary allocation for increased food accessibility. As Senator Ologbe mentioned, we need to also come up with an effective funding mechanism that is sustainable for nutrition. And we hope that as part of these discussions today, we will see these funding mechanisms come into place, which ensures substantial and sustained funding for nutrition programs. There's evidence-based needs for assessments of RUTF requirements and ensuring that there's always budgetary allocation for them. Nutrition needs to be mainstreamed as a separate component of the BHCPF and as a basic component of the basic healthcare system in Nigeria for sustainability and institutionalization of nutrition interventions in the country. We need to prioritize immediate curative measures to address severe acute malnutrition while galvanizing preventative measures through scale-up of community-based management of acute malnutrition across affected communities in Nigeria. We need to deepen cooperation and collaboration between the national and state governors to ensure that there is synergy in intervention. And finally, there should be the establishment of equipped CMAM centers, community management of acute malnutrition centers at the LGA level, making them accessible. As we've seen with the COVID outbreak, there's been a lot of disruption in our health system. And we need to ensure that these CMAM centers are maintained so that we don't have a continuation of the poor indices we see with our children being stunted and severely acutely malnourished. So on that note, I will hand back to Mrs. Makonjala to summarize. But once again, on behalf of my team at Nigeria Health Watch and on behalf of Aisha Buhari Foundation, we thank you very, very much for being part of this very important convening. And thank you to all the delegates and to all panelists. Over, Mrs. Makonjala.
Thank you, Vivian. I'm waiting for Dr. Omale, who would give us the closing remarks and of course speak to the commitments that have been made. While she's getting ready to do that, I still must just thank all of you that have stayed throughout. Like somebody said now, and this is so exciting, it's been a great time here, and that 6 hours just went like that. So this conversation must continue. Dr. Male, you have the microphone now.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a long day and we've finally come to the end of this conference. In addition to the thing read by Mrs. Vivian, I would like to read some commitments that were made. The Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning is currently creating a technical working group on nutrition for 2021 to 2025. That's a 5-year period. And this has been informed by the importance of nutrition to national development. The distinguished Senator Olori Egbe made a commitment to follow up on the RUTF budget that was removed from the 2020 fiscal budget. And he said that he will follow up with the executive to have it reinstated. Federal government, through the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, is committed to formulating well-costed plans for nutrition in the national budget that is moving forward. The Vice President, His Excellency, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, stated that the federal government is committed to the revitalization of PHCs, which is primary healthcare centers, with the provision of nutrition services as a primary focus by promoting exclusive breastfeeding and quality complementary feeding. The Vice President also stated that the national budgetary allocation to nutrition is focused on fortification, transportation of nutrition products, and behavioral change. Finally, the Vice President also stated that the federal government is focused on a new multi-sectoral plan of action to tackle challenges in nutrition. This is in a bid to restructure responses to nutrition. This plan is awaiting approval from the from the National Council on Nutrition. So we are requesting that this plan be approved so that we can start implementation. We have been here from 11 and it's been a long day. I would like to congratulate all of us as we have come to an end of an engaging and productive conference. One thing I hope we can all agree on is that optimal nutrition is a right and not a privilege. Investment in nutrition should be a national priority and not something that we should just gloss over. Today, we have all agreed that nutrition runs the risk of increased burden of we have all agreed that Nigeria runs the risk of increased burden of malnutrition if we stop funding nutrition on account of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on our national revenue. We have also agreed that strengthened coordination through the National Council on Nutrition and the Ministry of Budget and National Planning has the potential to optimize available funding for nutrition. We can no longer rely on traditional means of funding nutrition, and we need to spread our nets wider so that we can harness other funding platforms, most especially from the private sector. We are privileged to have in this meeting leaders who are key to driving the change we seek in the nutrition space. This meeting has further reiterated the fact that Nigeria has the capacity and resources to address the challenge of malnutrition if we look in the right direction. Listening to the remarks of the Vice President, we could tell that the nutrition challenges we experience in Nigeria are not mysteries and they are not completely new, but like he inferred, if we put our priorities right with sincerity of purpose and creativity, we can work towards ending malnutrition through effective collaboration by the various concerned sectors. I thank all stakeholders for the insightful presentations and contributions, not just towards the success of this meeting, but to the resolutions we have arrived at. We kindly request that all stakeholders follow through with their commitments made at this event. On our part, Aisha Buhari Foundation and the consortium will use the recommendations as an advocacy tool and continue to follow up for its implementation. On behalf of the Aisha Buhari Foundation, Nigerian Health Watch, and the SAM Consortium, I want to thank His Excellency, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Chairman of the National Council of Food and Nutrition, for making out time out of his busy schedule to be part of this meeting. This shows how committed he is to improving malnutrition status in Nigeria. I thank the Executive Governor of Gombe State, His Excellency Mohammed Inuwa Yahaya, represented by Dr. Ishaku Mohammed. Other person that has taken time to attend this conference. I also sincerely appreciate all the presenters, panelists, development partners. It is indeed a partnership for progress. May our collective efforts yield results, and may the future of our country, Nigeria, be secured as we all play our parts. thank you for being at this meeting. Have a good evening. May God bless you all, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Male. I think it's very wonderful to find that even as we speak, participants are still chatting. We have one here that is saying, thank you, organizers, for this wonderful and insightful conference. The time was worth every second, apt and timely, especially as we plan forward. May I please ask all the panelists or speakers, please, can you come on? Can you come on screen? Let's see you. Well, you have all done so well. I think it's wonderful that we can all say goodbye at the same time. Well, if you are not here, it's been wonderful serving, and it's been also wonderful voicing out for the voiceless, the Nigerian child. I do hope that next time we will be speaking to the way forward, we would have local Alur tea manufactured in Nigeria for Nigerian child, and of course for African children, I dare say. And on behalf of all of us, the consortium of Aisha Buhari Foundation, the International Society of Media and Public Health, NHED and CISLAC, it's been wonderful serving Nigeria and indeed the Nigerian child. Do your bit, I'll do mine. And remember, COVID is still with us. So ensure that you wash your hands regularly, wear your mask if you are if you are in the crowd, but most essentially, ensure that the Nigerian child is taken care of. Thank you, God bless.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Kachi, want to say bye-bye too?
Oof.
So who is in charge of the video? Sending the video to us. I need it. Yes, okay.
People are, let me see who is remaining. About this webinar.